Automatically eliminated in his chances, and the bottom line is Magnus Carlsen shows why he is the Magnus Carlsen.
It has been Hikaru's Speed Chess Championship this 2018, and Wesley So had an amazing event this year as well, and we were tied heading into Bullet before Hikaru Nakamura separated himself in the final portion.
He blunders his rook, and it's just, things are just not going well for Wesley.
They traded back and forth, landing heavy blows, but ultimately the heavyweight matchup is going to go toward Hikaru Nakamura's favor. Hikaru will be winning his third in a row.
Extremely impressive display. Once he actually faced a deficit, he has looked like the best Hikaru we've seen.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. The semifinals are upon us. Two absolutely epic matches. The first of them will be contested today. I'm so pumped. I'm Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Once again, my partner in crime today, Grandmaster Aman Hambleton. Aman, are you as pumped about this match between Wesley and Nihal as I am?
I think so. I am very excited, Daniel. It's good to be here. I think this on paper is actually, for me, potentially one of the most exciting matchups because I think we haven't seen enough of Nihal to really get a feel for how strong he is in these SEC matches. But let me tell you, he's an absolute beast in every time control. So I'm so excited to see how he matches up against Wesley.
He definitely is. They both are. And they have blazed a very difficult, very trying path through this incredible SEC field. As we see, Nihal defeated Grishuk and Rapport. Wesley defeated Jeffrey Zhang and none other than Fabiano Caruana. They have earned their place among in the semifinals, no question about it. And that's honestly what makes this match so exciting. They are the vanquishers, but today, inevitably, one of them will end up vanquished.
Exactly. And you see here, Wesley and Nihal, I think Wesley just has that experience. He's played so many of these SEC matchups and he does so well in them. Nihal, a little bit more untested, but I mean, their ratings in every category so comparable. I really think this is kind of like a coin flip today for me, Daniel.
Yeah, I mean, we'll definitely delve more into the intricacies and the nuances of these players, but I think it's going to be really close. It's going to be a grind and it's going to be awesome. And of course, since we are in the semifinal stage, the prizes are correspondingly higher. $6,000 go to the winner of today's matchup, and of course, the finals ticket, and $6,000 more are divided by win percentage. So there is a ton on the line, Aman. No matter which angle you approach this match from, it promises to be an amazing one. And on that note, we would like to thank the sponsor of the Speed Chess Championship, Coinbase. Whether you're looking to make your first crypto purchase or you're an experienced crypto trading grandmaster, Coinbase has you covered. Visit coinbase.com/chess and earn $5 in Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account. We greatly appreciate Coinbase for sponsoring this awesome event. And as usual, as the players get ready to kick off this very exciting semifinal, we will take a short break. And when we come back, Nihal Sarin versus Wesley So is going to kick off. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Stay with us.
This is going to be a real-time breakdown of Danny Wrench's games all time on chess.com.
That's cool. Oh! In the last month, I am playing 83.12.
I'm less accurate than them in every stage.
Yeah.
Man, that stings a little
You
bit.
should
Okay.
do the more game review.
Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot. Okay, so
Tuesday sucks. I gotta stop playing chess on Tuesday. Oh, it's because it's Title Tuesday.
Look how many blunders there were back in December 2020. And now December 2021, 1,600. Don't look at this number. look at this number. Best.
Let's go to tactics. Mates. I'll probably need to work on these ones. Yep.
Every single rook fork that has presented itself to me, I have found. No one has a higher percentage of rook forks than I do. Yes, correct.
These are literally the knight forks that you missed.
I missed knight d6?
You saw it just now.
What the is wrong with me?
I could have done here and then taken this pawn, and I'm winning because my pawns get held together. That's probably the coolest part about this feature.
Like these positions against Hess. Rook there for rook e2. And he blunders mate in one. Oh my goodness. I'm awful.
Welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship. And before the games begin, we have some insights to share with you. Find your own insights at chess.com/insights, a super exciting new tool. Aman, I have to take responsibility for these. And I have to demand some credit from you and the chat. I spent about, solid 30, 45 minutes poring over their insights. Wesley with a significantly higher overall accuracy percentage. Nihal castles more often in the opening, and we'll probably talk about what that means a little bit later. But that third insight is what I'm proudest of. Nihal has a higher win percentage on Tuesdays than any other day of the week. And guess what? Nihal is playing from Spain. It's 10 p.m. or so right now for him. So this match is going to bleed into Tuesday. I think Wesley should just resign this match to save some face.
Well, I think the bullet segment is already a massive favorite for Nihal, if not just from the ratings alone. I mean, the fact it spills into Tuesday, it's almost unfair that chess.com scheduled the match this way.
I think Wesley needs to appeal this on the basis of the insight. Well, speaking of appeals, let's appeal to the Smarter Chess match prediction here, which is calling for an incredibly close match, 56% win probability for Wesley. And as we examine this, Smarter Chess feels like Wesley is going to pull away very slightly in the 3+1 portion. I don't know what to say in regards to Smarter Chess. I'm not going to say anything. I'm just gonna
you know what? I love to criticize, but this might be one of the few times where I'm pretty in line with the Smarter Chess prediction. I really do think that Wesley probably
You agree?
I do agree.
You agree?
I agree.
And I'm
with
supposed to keep
Chess.
commentating with you. Okay. All right.
Hey,
Duly
listen,
noted.
I'm just saying, I don't like it either, but I feel it's the way I feel, Daniel, and I got to be honest here on the broadcast.
You got to be honest. Okay. I accept that. Now, the format of the semifinals is exactly the same as all of the other stages. 90 minutes of 5+1. You know the drill. 60 minutes of 3+1 and 30 minutes of 1+1 bullet. I won't rule out the fact that this goes to a tiebreaker, which is still a 4-game 1+1 mini match. And if that ends with a score of 2-2, then we have a single Armageddon game to decide the match. Aman, as far as I can remember, we haven't had a single Armageddon yet, but we have had a tiebreaker, I believe, between Report and Alexei Sarana. And here we go. Seatbelts fastened and mandatory. The games have begun. Wesley So with the white pieces and an Alekhine in game one.
Yeah, here we go. You see the ratings there for the players in Blitz. Very comparable, 3160 to, I mean, these are just two 3,100 players. And I mean, they've hit some really high ratings before. So this is going to be a barn burner for sure.
It is. And knight takes f7 right off the bat is, I think, very strong, followed by queen f3. I think that's an early blunder here by Nihal. Knight f7, king f7, queen f3, and then queen e4. I think we're about to see this on the board. And what I was just about to say is that Nihal, I think for him, openings are going to be absolutely crucial. Insofar as one can talk about any area where he struggled slightly against Richard Report, an area that didn't really show itself given his brilliance in making crazy comebacks, it is the opening. I feel like Wesley might be just a little bit more unforgiving. And is White just winning right off the bat here?
But I was just like amazed it took him so long to play queen e4 check. I guess he was thinking of knight c3, but
which might have even been better.
maybe it was. Yeah, you risk maybe not winning the piece, even though
This
your
is
position
resignable.
might be better. I think
Bishop
it's
takes
just over.
d5. It's over. I mean, I'm sure there's probably some sort of a mate here.
Queen f3 and bishop g5.
Oh yeah, and
game
f3, king
over.
e7,
Completely
bishop
over.
g5. Wow, and Wesley has 4 minutes to find it.
It's probably the most one-sided like game I've ever seen.
Oh, Wesley misses queen f3 check.
I can't believe he missed queen f3.
And he
to be
still
quite
has
honest with
it.
you. He still has
He still
it. It's
has
there
it, but
again.
it's not quite as dangerous because of knight f6. And I'll tell you what, Aman, if there is one person that you don't want to miss an opportunity like this against, it is Nihal Sarin.
And if there's one person I wouldn't expect to ever miss that opportunity, it's
I mean,
Wesley
that is-
Suffolk.
that is insane. Have 3 check, king e7, bishop g5. The queen is lost. Of course, he's still up 2 pawns.
Wow.
Realistically, white is completely winning here.
Yeah. Yeah. But like if you're Nihal and you see queen f3 and then you see your opponent not play it, you're probably playing this game with a little more pep in your step. Like you feel like you got a second chance at life here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, compared to the position after queen f3, this almost looks winning for black. Only 2 pawns down, we're living.
Chalk it up.
We've talked about that before. It's all, it's all relative. It's all comparative. I think Wesley's heading to e4 with his knight. Okay, bishop f4, hitting the pawn on c7.
Is this telling for the match, Dania, that already we've seen Nihal blundering knight f7, sort of like just a basic trick in the opening, and Wesley missing, I'm going to call it basic tactic to put the game away immediately? Like both guys looking a little shaky.
Yeah, definitely. And, perhaps this should be chalked up to nerves. They know that this match is important.
Right.
And, in basketball, you sometimes have the best shooter airballing the first shot, in like a playoff game. You'll see that sometimes. This is kind of the equivalent of an airball by both teams in the opening possession.
Agreed.
I don't know.
Sloppy.
Gosh, we are harsh.
Luckily, chess has a nice, objective evaluation to fall back on, which is, even though everything's happened the way it has, hey, you look at Wesley's position and it's still completely crushing.
Completely winning rook e1. He can go after the e6 pawn. The only thing here, d5, maybe Nihal has queen f7. A little slippery, getting out of the pin and hitting f2. Nihal has been playing almost instantly. 4.5 minutes remaining on his clock.
I think that's what you do when you blunder like to the magnitude of what happened, and it is truly not a bad strategy. You're way behind against a stronger player, so Nihal is that's just good blitz chess. You realize your best chance is going to be on the clock when your position is this hopeless.
Agreed, and I'll tell you what, Nihal hasn't lost the game yet. He's been holding on here, down 2 pawns, kind of keeping the status quo. The problem is that now the knights are about to get traded, and you're totally saddled by the weakness of that e-pawn, which is why Nihal very alertly going e5. I really like the way that he's defending here. I just feel like it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, the problem with that objective eval once again is that do what you can with the position, but you can't fight, like a completely lost evaluation. If Wesley plays well, there's nothing you can do.
The sad thing is even queen d3 in that position, which seems to blunder checkmate, actually wins the game because white plays rook f1, and when everything is liquidated, white is still going to be up a pawn.
It's a great move. It's a trick. Queen d3.
I might have actually preferred queen d3. He plays queen g3. Some luft is probably going to be made.
That's right.
In short order.
Yeah, h3 needed, e5 hanging at the moment, and every piece that gets traded just increases Wesley's winning chances.
It's funny, I played the Alekhine in round 1 of the US Championship with black against Ray Robson, and it ended pretty much, that opening experiment concluded very, very quickly. Let's just say I didn't play any more Alekhines that tournament. I'm not going to share the results of the game or what happened. Let's just say I didn't play any more Alekhines. They can speculate, yeah. Maybe I felt bad for my subsequent opponents because the Alekhine are in my hands and my expert treatment leads to such a quick victory. I didn't want it to get boring.
Naturally.
Now, tell you what, still some off chances. Nihal getting his rook active, keeping d6 defended. If I'm Wesley, I seriously would consider rook e8 here.
Right.
Trade one pair.
Always a good idea. And he goes straight for it. It's only going to help to trade those pieces.
Nihal
This looks
trying
pretty
to
tough.
go after white's queenside pawns. Minute and a half here for Wesley. H5 looks very, very nice as well.
Yeah, H5 looks like the move, put it that way.
Yeah, although it's not really going anywhere. Black's king is just so incredibly weak. I feel like H5 is automatic.
Yeah, H5, I'm very surprised it hasn't been played.
Yeah, a little bit. How do I put it? Wesley still has plenty of time, but there's something tentative, Aman, about the way he's playing this, which, again, if you're Nihal, yeah, you know, the blunder is painful, but at least he can be encouraged that he's resisting. He's forcing Wesley to spend time. Imagine if Nihal doesn't get a lost position out of the opening.
Yeah, exactly. How good it would be. Like white always has queen e8, queen e7. Just point that out. Like that will always be good. And I think on top of that, queen e8, rook e7 check, and rook f7 appears to be the winning idea right now.
Well, I'm showing a sample line if the queen goes to a1, but even without it,
Yeah.
it's totally winning. G3, solid move, defending h4. And
Yeah. You almost
I
have to
just
play
don't see
something
it.
like queen f7 here, like just to keep the position going.
and at a minimum, white could go for the queen straight and
Exactly.
pretty straightforwardly convert the rook ending game. Although all rook endings are drawn, but
Exactly.
you know, with that being said,
This one would definitely put that to the test.
Nihal taking his time here, trying to cook up something. King g7, queen a7, and now I think Wesley's going to swoop in with his rook. Notice that the queen defends f2 very importantly. Wow. Wesley choosing to repeat.
Yeah, there's something off. With
Something's
the
going on.
like,
Something's
queen
going on.
A7, rook e7.
No, but this is.
Yeah, that's not good.
I'm sorry, but Wesley will play this while skydiving across Mount Kilimanjaro, you know, while deploying his parachute. Rook e7 is just the move that you play.
Automatic.
And this is still completely winning because even if white trades a pawn for d pawn, which is likely, 3-on-1 is an elementary win on the king side. But Nihal, look at what he's doing. He's trying to tuck his king away, I think, on d4 and try to get a situation where Wesley still has to deal with a passed pawn. Here we go. Aman, this ain't over.
Yeah, I think at this point you could really just consider the move rook g8, and I think those 3 pawns should win. But that's another, committal decision that Wesley is going to have to make.
Regardless, and we all know what kind of heroism Nihal is capable of from his previous matches, and he is making this as close as one could possibly make it. But as you said, Wesley could give away his rook for the pawn at the right moment, and these passers are entirely unstoppable.
I felt like maybe Nihal should have gone rook d7 just as an attempt, because going with the king to d3 felt really like the wrong direction, and then d4, it's like, this pawn is not going fast enough for me.
Yeah, d3 now it's not able to move to d2. Whoa.
Yeah, I thought king g3.
Something was wrong with that move. Rook h7. The eval bar really didn't like that. I'm not sure why. Maybe king f4.
Yeah, I wanted to play king g3.
Very loosey-goosey. Yeah, king g3 shuts down all of black's pathways to the king side.
But remember, as white, you always know, let's say king f4, rook d4, king g5, king g3. You just always know that as long as you keep 2 connected pass pawns, you're winning.
Right. And one sample line, rook h7, king h4, d2, g5, and the pawns connect just in time. White wins. King g5, king g3 might get mated due to f4.
This is one of those games, Danya, it's so frustrating to play Nihal's shoes. It's like, you've done everything right, and your opponent has committed like 10, maybe like inaccurate to kind of seriously inaccurate blunders or moves, let's call them, and they still win. And you're just like so frustrated, like, really?
Right. I did everything, just the opening blunder was a little bit too much. First game goes to Wesley, but as we discussed, something encouraging can be pulled out of this by Nihal. He just needs to tighten his openings with black. I feel like that's going to be one of the narratives, one of the storylines of the match. Can Nihal consistently get decent positions against Wesley's very dangerous repertoire?
Yeah, and game 1 already brings some shaky bits, I think, for both sides. Nihal blundering very elementary tactic in the opening there. But Wesley not converting even close to what we would expect from him. So some nerves from both sides early on.
Indeed. And a reverse, I was about to say reverse King's Indian, but now it looks like a reverse Grunfeld with queen takes d4.
Wow.
This is some home cooking.
Queen h4, bishop h6, quick rook
Oh, yeah.
d1.
I don't see the queen going, oh, it's going to a4. I'm not predicting a single one of these moves. I don't know if anybody is rook d1. And I kind of like this. I feel like it's a very good practical weapon. White wants to play e4. And sometimes these positions, they look so great for black. You've got the center, you've got the fianchettoed bishop, but centers can fall apart.
Yeah, it's really easy to play those moves in blitz where you just basically attack stuff that's sitting in front of you on e5, on d5. It's really easy to put pressure, harder to defend.
Wesley a little vexed here, you can tell. Slight shake of the head. Do you see a satisfactory move here for black?
So the move is e4 that white wants to come with next, and at some point you're probably going to need to play e6. I would think.
Yeah, and
So
go for some sort of
bishop
isolated queen pawn. Wesley going a6 now. He's not really threatening b5 because maybe he wants to play e4 b5. So Nihal swinging his queen to the other side of the board first. Still e4 on the cards as well as bishop h6.
Right. And black's castled now, so there's no h6. Whereas maybe if you went queen h4 on the previous turn, it would be met by h6 and g5. So perhaps this is kind of an intelligent move order.
Queen b6, the response by Wesley trying to slow down the development of the dark squared bishop. Of course, white could take d5, but that certainly comes with some associated risks. It allows black to develop very quickly bishop e6, rook d8. Good practical decision by Wesley. Nihal still takes, bishop e6, there's knight g5. So wait a second, bishop e3. Bishop e3, queen c6, knight g5.
The queen on h4 is also hitting the knight. So there's also stuff like bishop e3, queen c6, rook c5. And like you're maybe losing that knight as well.
I think after knight b4, after bishop e3, it's virtually resignable. I mean, maybe Wesley has to take on e3, take on d5. Obviously, that's lost. Nihal sensing, I think that, something has to be here, as the Russian. There is something, yeah. And there it is, bishop e3, and Wesley immediately acknowledging the blunder.
Yeah, it's a blunder, but it's a blunder that can still pay off for Wesley. The dark square bishop is going to be pretty strong here. So I wonder if there's a concrete variation that Nihal can choose to go for here. Otherwise, I honestly think black has reasonable chances.
I agree. I mean, +3 seems to be very optimistic. Nihal is very seriously contemplating either queen takes b4 or knight g5.
Wow.
And knight g5 might be the reason it's +3. Amazing move. You're threatening checkmate. And the point is that the bishop now guards the rook. So you're going to get rid of black's knight, which was one of the main sources of black's compensation.
So h6, pawn takes e3, and then if you
takes.
take on g5, it's rook takes g5, or queen takes b4 rather.
Whoops. Queen takes b4, and if you play knight takes d5, then knight takes f7, I think. Okay, Nihal deciding to take on d5.
Yeah, your knight f7 might have been it. That might have been it there.
I think knight f7 ended the game almost immediately, but this, of course, also quite dominant. Rook d1, I would play.
Gotta grab that b2 pawn. So white's pawns now are pretty bad, actually. And I think it's the presence of like h4, h5 that is really helping white out here. Otherwise, black's actually pretty solid.
Yeah, but this one pawn, right? The pawn that counts, that pawn is really good. I'm closing my eyes.
h4.
And going h4. I mean, queen e7 also looks pretty good, as does rook d8, but
so I wanted to
just go for mate.
King g7 and bishop f6 on the previous turn, just to kick that queen out a little bit and allow rook h8 to always be a move.
Definitely.
And he played bishop g7. I thought it was a bad move. h4, and he says, "I'm out of here." Resigns.
That was a great opening choice by Nihal. Great tactical awareness, but a bad game by Wesley. And something, tactically, we can kind of sense it's nerves. I don't know what it is, but he's been really, really shaky these first two games. let's see how that bears out as they get warmed up. Maybe it'll go away, maybe not. We'll see. And a French.
Yep, this is actually interesting to find Wesley on the white side of this because he's playing these lines with black all the time and he's very well prepared in them as well.
Yeah, that's a great point, by the way, which is often underestimated. When you play a line with the opposite color, you just have that inside look. You have that understanding that's hard to acquire otherwise.
Yep, it's kind of annoying. You're playing against something, you're like, damn, yeah, this is uncomfortable. I know how good my own stuff is.
I know there's this mediocre commentator who plays the French on occasion. Don't remember the name, though. Some guy.
It's escaping you at the moment, eh?
Escaping me at the moment. I am... Yeah, I keep wanting to make puns with Nepomniachtchi's last name, because in Russian it means literally one who doesn't remember.
Really?
So yeah, like не помнить means to forget or to not remember.
Is it like a word or a phrase that you actually would use?
Well, but I mean, but in English, do you ever use it? Because in Russian, you can combine descriptors and to make it one word, right? You can basically say something like one who catches birds for a living, but how often do you reference somebody who doesn't remember? That's like the defining characteristic. Well, that's my defining characteristic in relation to opening theory, but I am a Nepomniachtchi when it comes to openings.
I feel like if it was an actual word, then I would use it more often.
Right.
We need to normalize the word, and then I got a lot of use cases for it. Trust me.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to. You can almost label people like you're traveling with friends. One of them knows the address of the destination you're going to, and all of a sudden, that friend is known as a frequent forgetter of said destination or how to get there, and that's when you pull out the Nepomniachtchi.
Right.
Like a sword.
One who remembers and one who forgets.
Right.
In every group.
Okay. So in the meantime, G4 by Wesley,
and
so he's castled.
Surprises me, I have to say, because I was like more on the train of thought that maybe F6 made more sense for black after the move G4, try to open things up. But now he's giving all the space to white on the king side, and hello, rook G1, G5.
Hello, black king. Yeah, this is very hard to stop. I feel like Nihal has to try to pull out the emergency brake somehow, but how? Rook G1, G5, and the opposite colored bishops are greatly exacerbating the situation, as we like to discuss. In endgames, they lend a game of Jarge character, knight takes D4. Oh my goodness, Saman.
Queen H4 is a great tactic. Wow. That's beautiful.
That is a big chance there, and the tables completely turn.
Yeah, and King G3 is played definitely against that. I don't know if you saw it exactly, but it stops Queen H4, which is really important.
I mean, F6, relatively speaking, is a good move, were it not for the presence of knight takes D4.
Yep. As with many blunders.
Right. Or not for, yeah. So I guess you probably don't want to take on E5 because that eases the move G5 for white, although the G file is now hard to occupy with this king being on G3.
Yeah, I think white can consider things like bishop D6, just plant the bishop in there, rook A E1, and almost just jettison the queen side in favor of setting up bishop D6, rook E1, knight H4, F4.
I love bishop D6. I think that's what white should probably start with, because the immediate knight H4 would necessarily give up a pawn.
It's a very secure square as well. D6, it's like it really can't be touched. Knight A5, knight B7, then you just move back, and the knight's horribly placed.
Yeah, it's right in the teeth of black's position. And once again, black simply doesn't have a dark squared bishop. I guess black could contest this bishop with his queen, but I don't know. Maybe too early for that.
yeah. Wouldn't put it past him.
Now, how about them apples? Maybe Nihal wants to open up the G file. Wesley putting the kibosh on that. G5, there's going to be an en passant.
That's right. Yeah, should be no way we see something like that. F4, F5 looks really nasty.
Right.
I'm not seeing like I feel like the eval bar is just not feeling not seeing what I'm seeing, because I think this looks great for Wesley. I don't really see active play for black. I see bishop d6, f4, rook ae1, easy moves. Where's black's counterplay?
Yeah, it seemed like Nihal was getting stuff done on the king side, but this move knight h4 is just a total, it just ends all ideas connected with f5, with g6. I'm not seeing it, and let's not forget about bishop d6, which could still come at a timely moment.
Right.
To solidify everything. Rook c8. And I don't know if I would be able to resist the temptation, but I feel like Wesley, okay, there we go, f4. He doesn't resist it either. Should be 4, stopping ideas with rook c3.
Yep, and very much air quotes stopping bishop takes a4.
Oh man, that was the real threat. Right?
Yeah, that was a huge one.
No, air quotes stopping rook c3. The whole point was the bishop takes a4 was the game-winning threat.
Yeah, exactly. But I really think, in all seriousness, he does not care about that queen side at all. I imagine rook ae1 could get played, and bishop a4 is pretty much meaningless because this game is going to be decided on the king side.
Yeah, although you can't get too cavalier with that king on g3, because I could envision some scenario where, if pawns get traded and white forgets about the g5 square,
right?
Unfortunate stuff could still happen to white's king. But Wesley, with plenty of time here to calculate, you should be able to figure this one out.
God forbid the queen ever gets on that diagonal, right? From d3 to h7, then there'd be some knight g6 checks, and black's got to always make sure to keep that diagonal under control.
That would be one heck of a windmill, plus checkmate.
The best kind of windmill.
Right, the famous checkmating windmill.
yeah, the famous forced mate.
Well, if he mates like that, then we might see some tilting at windmills.
Yeah, that was a reference and a half right there. In fact, it's so good, I don't even think some people will get it.
AP Spanish literature, It's a high school. All right, so rook ac1, very deflating move for black, getting rid of the only active piece, right? That's a very important concept. And as you said, does anybody here care about the a4 pawn? I don't know if anybody in the chat cares about it. Me neither. Is it time for bishop d6?
Yeah, I feel like now bishop d6, knight b7, I really do run out of squares. So I am not sure about bishop d6 anymore. You could really almost play bishop takes a5 as well. And if you're going to play bishop a5, then you could just wait with bishop c3 and just continue with f5.
Correct. And rook b1, where did that rook come from? It came from a1.
Right.
So maybe rook c2, he wants to play rook fc1? I don't know.
Yeah, he's kind of jumping around to both sides of the board, like with his plans here. He's not following through with f5.
Yeah, and very practical decision by Nihal. At the very least, he gets a pawn. We were joking about it, but if Wesley's attack fizzles out, these are connected passers.
That's right. Yeah, may as well take that.
Not anymore. I stand corrected.
And the pawns do not.
Uh-oh. G5 looking good. Yeah, but now bishop b5 and a6.
Right.
I don't know.
I'm not sure how happy.
I don't know about that. How important was that pawn to take and
rook c8 is coming.
Right. I felt like rook c1 was just sort of playing itself. Now Nihal still g5 is going to come at some point, and with 14 seconds, this is a nightmare to defend.
So maybe you are going for g5. Yeah, right now that looks correct.
And what Wesley could do is get that knight around to e5 to plug this diagonal.
Oh, yeah, and that's going to guard the d3 pawn as well. That's a nasty idea.
Rook f8, maybe? I would have gone knight g6 just to force things. I don't understand why Wesley is giving Nihal additional opportunities. We know Nihal does not miss additional opportunities. Okay, rook f5, g6. In comes the rook, but then rook f8. Oh, this.
Bishop e8. That's asking for it. But
h6 looks good. Knight e5 maybe, although then you lose h5.
He can almost go king g4.
Yeah, I think you can.
It's like, this permanent pin on the bishop on e8 is very annoying.
Although I feel like given Nihal's time situation, h6 would be devastating to face.
Right. Yeah. It's a great point.
Knight e5 is coming.
Everything is covered.
Knight f7 after queen f6. I mean, knight f7 definitely wins. Probably not the best you can do. Maybe queen f3. But then queen g5 check. And
Yeah, there are some funny stalemates on the other lines.
That is a brutal move.
It really
takes
is.
There was knight f7.
Not a single check. You do have to be careful, in all honesty, with that king on h8 and the pawns like that you don't just like trade too many things, because the king just might be in a stalemate situation you can never avoid.
Right. Yeah, but there was that other a pawn left over from days past. And Nihal once again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Goes for the sort of King's Indian attack, Grunfeld-esque setup, but a different type of position this time. Knight e5. Interesting. He's got the two nicely placed bishops.
Usually if knight takes e5, bishop takes e5, that's a position that always favors white in this case, that the bishop on e5 opposes the bishop on g7, which means that basically black is always going to be dealing with this trade of bishops, which based on the pawn structure is going to be a bit better for white.
Correct. And Wesley, for that reason, choosing to keep the tension between the knights, and more tension created now between the queens. Who flinches first? Wait a second. I feel like it would have been at least interesting to explore the possibility of trading and then going knight a3 and trying to sink that knight to b5, something of that nature. Instead, we have a trade, and Wesley has to be feeling relieved.
Right, but you're always kind of unhappy in a way when you have to play e3, or in this case for black, e6, with your bishop still inside the pawn chain. So it's just, I would say it's like slightly, maybe so slightly better for white, but very marginal.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think white also holds the potential to play e4 at some point, which if black is not careful could open up the position to white's favor. Right now, e4 I don't think is very dangerous. Probably Nihal is contemplating it, but the best it will lead to is some sort of liquidation. So here I think rook a c1, you have to be patient. But then Wesley could sink that rook to c4 and perhaps force white to play e3 when that bishop on f4 could end up getting a little bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, h6, just a small move.
It's a good way to put it. Small move, little.
Yeah, it's just a tiny little move there.
Little nibble around the edges. Knight a4, going for the direct knight trade.
Going for equality. Just
right. He is
plain old equality.
He is not equivocating here. And this is looking very symmetrical indeed.
Yeah, I don't think
I would probably take black here.
Yeah.
To be honest, because this bishop is coming to a3, and I kind of like e4, Nihal opening up, path backward for his dark squared bishop, and I think he senses that Wesley is starting to sort of envelop, sink those tentacles into the position bishop a3, and things get a little bit uncomfortable.
That's right. And I think he does have to do these exchanges on d5. If anyone's better, it's definitely black.
Right. It's not entirely symmetrical. Black, of course, has a bishop capable of attacking white's pawn, but not vice versa.
Yep. This is the, black makes a draw from a position of strength position.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. This is clearly will not amount to anything decisive, but you can pretend I am the one creating threats.
Yeah. If there were more pawns, like let's say if white played f4 here, or if more pawns were committed to fixed dark squares, then it would get worse and worse for Nihal. But he's just going to bring his king to d3. He's going to play b3, a4, and you're going to see him. If he puts pawns anywhere, it's probably just going to be light squares, and it's hard to make progress after that.
I feel like this is what they do the entire week at Russian chess camps. It's just look at endgames like these.
Yeah.
Exactly. And this probably came from the game Botvinnik, Smyslov, St. Petersburg 1952.
So
I feel
I'll just say that I think that's like probably a little bit, technically it's a little bit careless to allow G5, G4. I mean, white
Yeah.
should be playing F3, H3, and G4. And
For
you just
sure.
make a draw immediately. So, hey, I think you can definitely give a little bit of criticism, but I don't think we're anywhere near territory where Nihal loses this game.
Right. Yes, I am aware that St. Petersburg was called Leningrad. I wanted to give chat their moment in the sun. King E2. Yeah, so these pawns, of course, are now fixed on the dark squares. Again, because black doesn't really have any inroads into white's position, it probably will not cost Nihal, but I mean, he's playing with fire here.
Yep. If you ever have this bishop on a different diagonal for white, look for black to play F4. Even if it might look like it loses a pawn or something, it's definitely a move to consider.
And you know what other plan could be considered? Bishop E7, Bishop D6, and then F4.
Actually, by the way, even F4 instead of H5 was maybe like a...
Yeah, no, absolutely. F4 was looked very promising. And after Bishop E7, I think Wesley might want to drive the pawn down to H3 to create potential for some sort of a sacrifice on G3 later.
Yeah, I don't think you ever want to play H takes G3 for any reason at all.
Yeah, F4 was, I think, very strong instead of H5. Might have even been winning.
So this is what I'm saying about Nihal. Like I always say, when you get into a bishop endgame of same colored bishops, take all your pawns, put them on the opposite color of your bishop, and you'll probably make a draw or play for the win. So just leaving that pawn on G3, a little bit careless from Nihal. Let's see if Wesley is able to generate something, because he's looking to play F4 here. That's looking really scary.
I mean, one thing I'm considering is going Bishop G5. And if H3, then perhaps you're in time to go King E3. Nihal going Bishop F4. Ooh.
Yeah, I think this is him saying like, yes, this is the worst version of a draw, but it's still a draw.
Right. Yeah, this pawn endgame is not, white's not going to sleep peacefully, but I think a fortress is still a fortress. Wesley doesn't have to trade, and if I'm Wesley, I'm going Bishop E7, and then I'm playing H3 and playing this for another, 10, 15 moves, hoping for some sort of a blunder.
I think that's how you need to play it. Bishop E7, don't commit anything right now. You can play King D7, King C6, B5. Like, there's so much you can still do in the position. So, yeah, definitely.
But first, so he's trying to get his king. Where is he going? To H5?
He might be thinking of like King G6, Bishop G5, and maybe just asking Nihal, like, just, hey, how are you going to handle that? Are you okay going to that endgame? Or...
Right, that's something White needs to calculate. He's down a minute and a half, and F4.
Ooh.
I don't know about that. Another very committal move.
Yeah. But this is what happens when you're in a bad endgame like this. You're constantly looking for not just making a move, but you're always looking as white, like, how do I make the move that just makes it a draw immediately?
I'm tired of this, the back and forth. It's uncomfortable. So maybe F4, and it's very hard to say by the eval, where 1.1 is a meaningless assessment because it's either a draw or a win. There's no middle ground here. I guess the middle ground is just a situation where white is uncomfortable and has to defend precisely.
And I think that's the one we're getting to.
Right, exactly.
I would probably throw in Bishop E1 as white. Yeah, just to force. It's like, hey, are you going to play H3 or are you going to take? Just let me know. I need to make some plans.
ASAP, please. I have not heard back from you.
Because here as white, if you play A5, black plays B4, and okay, now A5 check and B4 is immediate.
Yeah, and Bishop H4 is a cute move, but white responds with Bishop E1. Of course, you don't take the bishop and allow the breakthrough.
Yep.
Yeah, and you can see Wesley acquiesces to the draw. Good hold by Nihal. Couple of questionable decisions in the endgame, but at the end of the day, he found the right moves when it mattered.
Yep.
Okay, and a B6 Sicilian. I think it's called the Catalimov variation. Not something you see every day.
No, certainly not. Interesting choice by Nihal, who had, he's been choosing different openings, shall we say, after his game one disaster.
Yeah, and there used to be the way I found out about this opening was that I mean, this still exists. It's like a 20-volume series called SOS Secrets of Opening Surprises. And, some of those, it was basically a series of articles in every week by various GMs and IMs on very offbeat weapons. And I'm talking like E4, E6, E5. And one of them was the B6 Sicilian, named after Russian international master Boris Katalimov. So not a terrible line, and not that easy for white to prove a big advantage, as I think we can see here. Yeah, I feel like Nihal's getting an interesting, unbalanced kind of position, although this E5 pawn would be making me very uncomfortable if I were playing black here.
Are you thinking more E6, bishop E7, and maybe castle F6, or more G6, bishop G7?
Well, I guess we just got the answer. I agree with E6 because I feel like castling quickly should be a priority here for black.
Right.
And then getting stuff started on the queen side, rook C8. If the queen ever moves from D2, queen A5.
Yep, I think this bishop on C6, it really reminds me of a Taimanov Sicilian. When you get this like Thor on C6 rather, it just guards everything. It's on the diagonal, and you can really never get it out of there. I think that this is a great position for Nihal.
Oh yeah, no, this is everything that you could ask for and more, and a time advantage to boot. Queen F2, Wesley potentially aiming for something like bishop C5, but more likely getting the queen ready to jump into the king side after black castles.
Right. Yeah, the thing is, when you look at the position, you know that long castle is not happening for black. So if you're planning anything here, I think as white, you can chuck the move H4, H5 in, knowing that it's going to be useful for your attack later.
Right. F4 by Wesley solidifying the E5, the all-important E5 pawn. And if you put this Thor on D5 prematurely, white could very well snap it off the board. And in fact, he will in a heartbeat.
Yeah, wouldn't even calculate that. Just take it, bishop D3, and white wins.
That's a Russian schoolboy move if I've ever seen one.
Uh-huh.
And so queen B7, one of the ideas of which is to reinforce that bishop once it lands on D5. But there's no hurry. It's not like you have to play bishop D5 now. You could play rook C8 first, improve the position, develop the king side.
As black, I'm really used to like either G6 or leaving the queen on B8 so that the move F5 is stopped. As white, I don't know why I'm not playing F5 here.
Yeah, I think Wesley has to get the engine running on the king side. He goes G4, so he might also be going for simplification with bishop G2. And in an endgame, I would be a little bit concerned to have that D7 pawn, which is being clamped down upon by the E5 pawn. White might double on the D file, and things might get a little annoying.
Right, and after bishop G2, you do have the option as black to sort of leave things as they are and say, look, if you want to take my bishop, then I might play potentially D takes C6 and get rid of that pawn you just mentioned.
Right. Yeah, so the question here, does Nihal keep the tension with bishop E7, H5? Ooh.
G6.
Now he can go G6. Yeah, stopping F5 for all eternity.
Yeah, if you don't play G6 here as black, then that's not the spirit of the position. It's all wrong.
And Wesley's definitely just looking at the D7 pawn. He's saying, I don't care about F5. I am going, all cylinders firing on that D7 pawn. I'm going to double on the D file, maybe even triple. Let's see if that pans out for him.
This is a very solid game here. Bishop E7 looks all but likely. Black's going to probably go bishop E7, B4, castle, and, white's plan is writing its own script pretty obviously here as the D7 pawn is in its sights. He wants to go rook G to D1, but he's going to have to clarify the situation with the bishops. He's probably going to have to take
Come on. Stop worrying about bishops and minor pieces. Come on.
Base concerns.
Right. These trifles are not this is not the right place for them. Minor pieces. Yeah. And Wesley apparently is doing the same despicable thing, just not blundering his minor piece. Okay, now rook GD1. Is white actually threatening rook takes D7? Maybe, maybe not, because of course black could play queen takes D7 and you get two rooks for a queen. But if Nihal is worried, he can play rook c7, which he just did.
Is he threatening rook d7? Tune in for the answer. Maybe
Right.
or maybe not. You heard it here first.
You will find
folks.
out on next week's edition of Speed Chess Championship.
We'll let you know in the next semifinal match what the answer was.
Queen d2 here would be my instinct, just to try to prevent black from castling. I think the battle is sort of revolving around that. Because, black can castle and triple on the c file. Let's not forget that white's king is still in the crosshairs of all of black's pieces.
Yep, that's a good point.
c3.
I mean, I think you're castling as black. Take that opportunity, right?
I agree.
Do you think that he wants to play a3 as white? That feels like a Wesley move, and maybe why Nihal play a3.
Yep,
he didn't want that solid position.
The best kind of antidote. I really like the way Nihal's playing this game. This is a chance for him. If he can win this game, equalize the match going into the halftime break, that would be a big, big confidence boost, especially because he played another unique opening. This one worked out for him, and you want to capitalize on those opportunities.
Yep, and that black king completely safe. The pawn structure, I know it's a long ways away, but we just had a bishop endgame, same colors. Take every piece off the board, and maybe you start to look at some of these pawns like a3, big weakness. b4 could be played, and you win that pawn in an endgame. All of white's kingside pawns, all on dark squares as well. So chances for both sides.
That's a great point, and I think Wesley's on the same page, trying to get that queen trade. Nihal could step back with queen c7, although that's not a move you generally love to play. Queen a6 also deserves attention. Plays it.
Yeah, Nihal,
very tense.
He's definitely playing for something here. Another thing you can do with black that you might look a little strange, but just king f8, king e8, and use your king to defend the d pawn. It's relatively safe there as well.
Everyone's got to work. It's an all hands on deck effort.
Getting close.
Of course, rook takes c7 is basically unthinkable. If what black crashes through along the c file, it's curtains, especially given that pawn on a3.
Yeah.
Bishop f8. That's an interesting move because.
Yeah, it's just he doesn't want the pawn, or rather the bishop, to be hanging. So he might want to play rook d7, but then bishop on f8 is just sort of tucked away. And I think there's like a weird outside chance where the g7 a1 diagonal opens up, and black goes for something like d5, sacks a pawn just to open up that diagonal.
That's a great point, and I think such positions are difficult to play precisely. And black will be praying for the opening of the diagonal, but they are difficult to play because you have to balance the short-term and the long-term considerations. You have to position your pieces in such a way that if the center opens up, if the c file opens up, you're equipped for whatever comes. But at the same time, you can't ignore what's happening at this very moment. You have to keep d7 protected, and white has to keep c3 protected, both of which you see on the board right now.
Yeah, I think he's giving real consideration to move like d5 next. If pawn takes, then rook c to d7, and you get this plan of ganging up. I don't think it works just now, but I think that he's always going to tease that plan.
No, for sure, that has to be calculated, but Nihal is burning a lot of clock here, and imperceptibly, Wesley is now ahead by 30 seconds and change. This could get a little bit concerning if the position indeed opens up.
Wesley, two things: showing that he wants to play on with bishop d4, but also showing that he's got a 1-bar connection from what I'm seeing there.
Yeah. So. And a very alert response by Nihal. Bishop c5, immediately getting rid of this bishop, which is, of course, such a valuable defender of the c-pawn.
Ooh, that looks like a fantastic transition for black. Now you hide the king on g7, and as long as you keep queens on the board, I think white has great chances, or rather, black has great chances.
Just don't go queen a5 because of b4.
Oops.
And it might very well be that black has to trade queens here with queen a8, because if you go queen a7, you walk into this, although maybe there's rook takes c3, queen takes c3, queen takes d7. Oh my goodness.
What a line.
Instead, rook c6 played, and a pair of rooks are off the board as well.
So queen c8, queen d3, or rook d3, I guess. But yeah, queen d3, rook takes c3 is a funny position. Like
yeah,
both, both guys doing the same thing.
Yeah, very much in Wesley's style to bring the rook back. And now white is up a pawn, but that pressure down the c-file has not really diminished.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that's why the e-bell bar is still showing equality. Hard for white to make progress here.
Yeah, you can play king d2, you can play queen e4, but I feel like truly if black sits there and does quote unquote nothing, there should be a way to do it. Watch out for queen d8, rook takes c3. It's a classic trap you might fall for, trying to get the queens off.
Absolutely. Same with queen d7. Wesley could consider trying to evacuate his king, but that would really be playing with fire.
Yeah. Right. And if black gets a hold of that h-pawn, like, forget everything else, but let's just say queen f2 takes h4, that h-pawn from h5 is very, very fast.
Oh, yeah. It's just dashing up the board. Queen d8 was allowed by Nihal. Now queen f6, and the idea for black is to infiltrate g2 at the right moment, potentially deliver perpetual. 13 seconds now for Wesley. White could get mated here as well. White could absolutely get mated here if he's not careful.
Unfortunately, I think that if you ever go to the c-file, like c1, you're just getting rook c3 checked, and it's not a good way to run that king out of the position.
Indeed, and I think a very fair result. That was a well-played game, so tense, and a very entertaining draw. This game is going to be paused because the halftime break is upon us. What a fast-paced and entertaining match it's been so far, Aman. Wesley with a 1-point lead, but absolutely nothing decided. All the intrigue is still ahead.
Yeah, no, this has been awesome so far. Different openings, Dania, every game, and a 3-2 score with some exciting draws and some crushing victories from both sides.
Absolutely, and we'll see who can jump out on top in the second half of the 5-minute portion. You are watching the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We'll be back in just a few.
Chess.com is proud to release Game Review, a simple, streamlined tool to help you learn from your games. Immediately see your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy and how many brilliant and great moves were played. Then select Start Review to dive into the game. Learn about the opening and get helpful stats on your performance. Retry mistakes to learn and improve your accuracy score. See why moves are played thanks to the coach's feedback and click Show Line to see helpful engine recommendations. Play a game, start review, and try it today.
Championship Chess is just getting started this December. Do not miss the full coverage of the World Rapid and Blitz Championships, now held in Poland, from December 26th through December 30th, right here on chess.com. GM Jun Ludwig Hammer and GM Irina Krush will bring you the fast-paced action as Magnus Carlsen, no rest for the wary, no rest for the world champion, as he tries to defend his 2019 title. It's a much-beloved tournament. You will not want to miss the World Rapid and Blitz. Aman, we hope nobody's missing the first of the SCC semifinal matches between Nihal Sarin and Wesley So, because it is a barn burner. And right now, Wesley holding a tenuous 1-point lead, but absolutely nothing has been decided yet. Hard to draw any conclusions.
Yeah, I think there's been good and bad for both sides early on in this match. Definitely not leaning in one side or the other. I don't feel like we've seen any momentum gathering in this match at all, because no one's let the lead slip away. 1 point is nothing in a match this close.
Absolutely. And Nihal has adopted a very interesting strategy, as we were discussing before the break. It appears that he has prepared an assortment of offbeat lines against, particularly against Wesley's 1e4. And the Alekhine didn't work out. The b6 Sicilian did get him what he wanted. So only, time will tell if this strategy is going to work out. I think in Bullet and in the 3-minute, though, I kind of like that strategy from Nihal if he continues it.
Yeah, and it's interesting that he's done it right from the beginning, because it's possible that maybe you bring out your sort of more mainline weapons for the majority of the blitz and longer time controls, and then when you get to 1 minute, all of a sudden you hit him with these offbeat things, because he's done it so early that if Wesley starts to figure out and use the breaks and maybe check some lines, he's not really going to be surprised by these when it comes to the bullet.
Right. And we have here a far more conventional opening, known as the anti-Berlin. I don't know if anybody in the chat has ever heard of the Berlin. Not a very frequent cast at the high level.
Yeah, and
right.
Wesley isn't like a fast expert or anything.
No. This is the first. He's just experimenting with it in this match.
Well, he's doing a damn good job. I mean, wow. So it's almost like he knows all the theory.
He sees everything. And White has many, many ways of handling this position. C3 is one of them, potentially preparing to expand in the center with D4, although White isn't always in a big rush to play that move.
Mm-hmm.
Another idea that you sometimes see is bishop g5 to induce f6 and then drop the bishop back to e3. Although sometimes Black plays f6 on his own volition. So I'll be honest, I really don't have a good handle on these types of positions. Maybe bishop e3.
I thought you and I would get along quite well, because you were suggesting bishop g5 and I was about to suggest f6. So I mean, we could really get along here in this game.
Yeah. Rook e1 instead by Nihal, and I do think he has his eyes on d4. If he would have played that immediately, then after e takes d4, the pawn on e4 would have been hanging. So f6, there we go.
Yeah, d4 makes some sense here. Knight is looking to probably go to c5 and then back to e6, which is a great square to nestle on and cover d4, cover f4. So that's definitely an idea I would expect from Wesley here.
And especially because the d3 pawn could end up being very tender. Although, if Nihal wants to go crazy, he can go knight h4, rook e3. Although this just seems very premature. White's pieces start to get really loose. So an important moment here for White. Decision time. Does he play d4? Does he keep developing? Yes, he plays d4.
And I think you got to move the knight in order to get the rest of the pieces out. So knight b6 is looking basically automatic, because there's just no other square, and you'd never want to waste time going bishop e7, knight f8. So.
Oh, knight a5 is a lovely move, slowing down, basically preventing the development of the bishop. And on bishop b4, no, you don't play bishop d2. You play queen b3 check and win the bishop.
That's awesome. Yeah, bishop b4 is a easy move to forget. You think you're the one doing the tactic with the fork, and you get forked yourself.
Right. Bishop b6 for that reason comes to mind, to pave the way for a potential bishop b4. And then maybe Nihal will go a3, h3, and then a3.
Yeah, hey, beginner chess, man. Stop those
Right.
bishop moves. It still works at the highest level.
Indeed. No, h3 is one of the purest moves in chess. Just stop the development of the bishop. And Wesley taking his time. What other candidate moves announce themselves? h6, Aman. I think he's preparing f5.
So what did he not like about f5 initially? Because, bishop g5 and knight g5 aren't the end of the world. At least it doesn't seem that way.
Well, I think it's unpleasant, though, because now queen b3 is threatened. And if you take it, then white plays queen h5.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe after h6, black is fine. But, we often talk about it. Wesley just doesn't like these types of positions with a really weak king.
That's true. Yeah, he must have been looking at that line, because it's possible that you might be able to get away with h6 there, but he's going for the no-nonsense way of getting f5.
And one might wonder, well, what if white just plays e5? Well, this is a technique known as carving out the d5 square. Now black has a beautiful outpost either for the queen or for the knight. This is not desirable for white. So Nihal probably is aiming for something like knight e5. And then you've got to watch for knight takes c6 ideas as well. A lot of stuff under the surface here. It's sort of the calm before the storm.
And I think this is kind of why he played bishop f4. So he takes f5. And if you play bishop takes, then you can grab e8 and take on c7. And if you take the rook on e1 first as black, then queen takes e1 and maybe queen e5 at the end and also win a pawn. So I feel like that this is kind of what Nihal was expecting, and it's sort of playing into it a bit.
Yep, this is what they're going for, and good tactical eye by you. I think queen e5 looks good. He plays it. And what might happen is some sort of end game. But here's the issue. If white takes on c7, Aman, that pawn on b7 is also going to become very weak. That placement of the knight on a5 was... that was an all-star move.
That's right. So what about, I think, queen d5, queen c7, rook c8? Oh. I guess you just go back to e5.
My apologies for that. But yeah, you go back to e5, and again, right. b7 is in some trouble.
Yeah, that's... you got to go for it as white. I mean, it's your whole plan.
Okay. Wesley up on the clock. He's up a minute. But still plenty of time. Bishop e4. What is going on here?
It's funny. In that last position, you could almost take on h3 instead of bishop e4.
Oh, weird. because gh, queen takes f3, and if queen takes d5, you hit the bishop. Wait, what was wrong with bishop takes h3?
I don't think there was anything wrong. It's just that, like, you're not necessarily looking for it.
Well, what was wrong is that Aman Hamilton suggested it. I see.
Yeah, it couldn't have happened.
It was by rule. So Wesley does take on f3, dropping the queen back. He doesn't take on f3 with the queen, which I was expecting. Instead, hunting for the h pawn.
It's a very interesting move, because what's probably going to happen, and yeah, we're going to get it on the board, is a knight against bishop position where, no question about it, Nihal has the better side of things. He's up, 2 pawns temporarily here? Might turn into 1.
Look at this knight. This knight is a monster.
It is.
And Wesley with a very good practical idea to go for a position where white's king is kind of permanently weak, even if black doesn't have full compensation for the 2 pawns.
And I think he does. Like, for example, queen f5, bishop g3, nice and solid for white. Black goes rook e6, hides his king on h7, and just kind of has the whole board to play for.
Yeah, rook g6, knight f4, the queen and the knight combo is nothing to be trifled with, is not to be trifled with. And this is happening, rook e6. And this is very dangerous for Nihal, who now drops to about a minute on the clock. If you play queen d7, you walk into some sort of a discovery. Ugh.
Yeah. That's very sneaky.
If
white goes pawn grabbing, queen b8 takes a7, black doesn't care. There's enough good stuff happening on the king's side.
Absolutely not. Yeah, black would even be happy to give up c6. Now, maybe queen d8, queen h4. Nihal should consider. It's not pretty, but at least you get your queen into the defense.
Right. And then black's king is so safe. Maybe then you could switch to the move you were going to play earlier, rook e2. And it's like you've kind of put the queen on a bad square and your rook's great on e2 again.
Now he goes for rook g1. And perhaps the king can be tucked away on h2, but at the right moment. Knight f4, though, is a big threat right now. So the moment might have to be right now. Yeah, at the right moment. Timely moment. Wow.
Okay, rook takes g3 has to be decent here, right?
I think it probably leads to some sort of a perpetual. h5. Okay, knight f4. And I think, believe it or not, okay, you can't take on f4 because of queen takes f2. Queen f7. Maybe queen f7, queen b3. I feel like I'm the expert in these mediocre queen maneuvers.
So, but black basically has a draw on hand. It looks like with rook takes g3.
Yeah.
No matter what. So white just has to make some defensive move, like
8 seconds.
f7 or queen a3, and I think black makes a draw with rook g3. Unless
I think he basically has to rook takes g3, and then we're gonna have. I think I can take with either piece.
Right.
Oh wait, this is. Are you sure that this is a draw? Oh yeah, queen e2 and then queen e4. So black has to be quite careful.
It was a draw. So there you go. That is the exact pitfall. It could happen to you too.
And I think for Wesley, he has to avoid the temptation to try to do something cheap like queen e4, because we all know that for Nihal 9 seconds is an eternity, and if he consolidates here, he's going to win this game. So as Wesley might be a little bit disappointed that he did manage to convert the attack into a full point, but I think he should take the draw with rook takes g3.
I agree. I don't really see another way. Like if you go queen e4, queen e3 appears on the board, quick as a flash, and all of a sudden you're just instant regret.
Yeah, exactly. This sometimes happens. And Wesley plays rook takes g3. That's one of his strengths is his level-headedness. He rarely makes unobjective decisions. He doesn't really tilt, and he has to find some moves here, though. Queen e1 is very accurate.
Right.
And we're going to
once again, rook g1, queen on a3 covers everything, f3 and h3. So don't want to be checking on f1.
Right. Back to e1. Wesley trying to avoid 3-time repetition, but
I think that's what you do as a chess player. It's like you always play to avoid it, even though even if no chance, but
exactly
no option.
It's all about drawing from a position of strength. Back to that trope.
Yep.
And
he's getting as many checks in, for his value.
And a repetition, 3.5, 2.5 the score, 32 minutes remaining. And Nihal going back to the Alekhine. Now, this didn't really work out for him in the game one.
I think that's why he played c6. He said, let me defend that damn knight on d5.
Yeah, and c6 is the most popular move. So there's nothing wrong with black's overall setup. It's just the move order. And sometimes the knight comes back to c7 here and then later swings back to e6 in order to hit the somewhat tender pawn on d4.
Yeah, and you've used the word tender, and that's just because c4, although it's natural, like you want your pawns controlling as many central squares as possible, and hey, you're kicking the knight as well, you also can never, ever bring that pawn back to c3. So that d4 pawn will only be supported by pieces from here on out.
And I know Nihal lost the first game quickly, but I have a soft spot for the Alekhine. I have a soft spot for it. I think it's underrated. It's not that easy for white to prove an advantage if black is very careful, to prove a sizable advantage. But as I say that, you get these positions pretty often where undoubtedly black is worse, but extremely solid. So in a blitz game, this can be quite hard to play with black given how cramped he is. But still, Alekhine is a gritty, working man's opening.
Working man's opening. To me, it looks like he's got to do some work right here. White's position looking pretty comfortable with that c6, a7 pawn formation on the queen side. The bishop on e3 looks like one of the best pieces on the board.
The bishop is just lording over the position. Both diagonals, all of the squares. And Wesley just playing vintage Wesley style, trading queens, leaving black with a very unpleasant endgame due to the weak pawns.
Yeah, don't forget, let's say you play bishop somewhere, I don't know, f5. or e6, like you take the rook, you take a7, that already has to be considered as a serious option.
Absolutely. Simply getting yourself a pass pawn on a2. And an important decision for that reason, I think, as to whether you develop the bishop at all. I mean, I would imagine that in that line we just talked about, after bishop takes a7, I think black might get enough activity here with rook d2.
Yep.
And Nihal agrees. He plays bishop f5.
Move. And as white, I'm very interested in playing, not right now, because maybe there's some rook d1 or bishop c2, but I'd like to play knight a4. I'd like to play knight a4 and b3 and sort of plant my knight on c5, or then I might be more ready to do this rook d8, bishop a7 thing.
Right. But black banking on the activity of his bishops. Wesley taking on d8. Let's see what he follows up with. Rook c1, supporting the knight on c3. And probably thinking about bishop takes a7 in earnest now.
Right. b3 also to follow. Knight a4. Both of those moves look pretty good next.
Nihal has to find a way to get his minor pieces active, prevent white from this queenside expansion. I like the move knight e6, heading for d4. And still, bishop takes a7 might walk into rook d2. Wesley's last move did not solve that issue.
Yeah, and g4, which is like the first move that I think of when I see knight e6, you do have this bishop d3, and everything is kind of
only move
hanging on.
Only move, but it's good enough. And I think Wesley may have underestimated this maneuver.
Certainly. Yeah, if black gets to play bishop or knight onto d4, then I think his position starts to look up here.
Yeah, and of course, Nihal has, for several years now impressed me with his endgame play. It's one of the reasons that I talk about the younger generation and, 15, 16, 17-year-olds. There's this Russian expression literally translated with youth or with young players into the endgame. That's not applicable anymore because Nihal, Firouzja, their endgames are no worse than somebody 25, 30 years their senior. They work on endgames just as hard as on every other stage of the game.
Yep. I think back most famously to Firouzja Mamedyarov very recently, where he won this endgame that I basically thought was drawn for my entire career.
But you know the story of that game. Like 150 years ago, there was a game that reached that exact same position. And Alapin was playing, I think, on the defending side, and he actually found the drawing move that Mamedyarov missed. Shows you that the old guys weren't that bad.
They still got it. Yeah. They knew it a while ago. It was written in stone.
In the meantime, I think black is now perhaps even for choice as Nihal hunts for white's weak kingside pawns. Or maybe not. Maybe back to d4.
I like the poll that's going on in the chat right now. How to pronounce that word.
Well, what's amazing about that, Aman, is that Alekhine, and I'll tell you how I pronounce it, is a very famous situation in Russia because most Russians, because of the way that your sort of phonetic interpretation works, will say Alyoshin.
Yep.
But Alekhine himself apparently pronounced his name Alechin, not a Y-O, but an E sound. So most Russians will say Alyoshin, but apparently he himself pronounced it differently. So maybe during the break, I'll verify that. In the meantime, a repetition with knight d4, knight f3, and a good hold there by Nihal.
Yeah, that can't be underestimated. That position did look uncomfortable, but he's taken offbeat openings against Wesley, and it made them work. It's impressive.
Indeed, and a London system here, very fashionable line with knight h5, and
it's funny,
a Caro-Kann,
but it's actually his. Like that move is Wesley's. He was the first.
Knight h5. Yeah. Isn't that awesome? You get to, it's like a celebrity wearing something and that clothing brand becomes fashionable. It's the same. Wesley plays something. Guess what? Everybody's on ChessBase the next day. What did Wesley play here? Let me investigate that. Before you know it, 30 games in the database.
Oh, for sure. Because I played the London on a lot of my tournament games that I had to spend so much time checking this damn knight h5 move thanks to Wesley.
I know. And this is a very positionally complex structure. There's a lot going on. There's a little asymmetry here in the center, and Nihal castle short. And it's hard to say, you know, I think this is about equal. I don't even know what Black's main plan is. I've seen people go f6, e5 in these positions.
Right.
Okay. Such as Wesley in this game.
I've seen Wesley do it as well.
Right. Knight f5 can also be played at the proper moment, such as now.
I've seen Wesley do it before, yeah.
And I've seen Nihal. Wait, bishop f4 might walk into e5. I'm trying to frantically predict his move. Maybe bishop f3.
That stops e5. That makes sense to me.
I've seen Nihal play bishop f3 before.
Yeah.
I don't
I've
know
seen
when
him
or
think
where.
about bishop f4, but play bishop f3 before.
Right. Come on, Nihal, go bishop f3. Make us look good.
I feel like
Bishop
the players
F3.
never have that on their minds for some reason. when
No,
they're playing.
I don't know why. It's ridiculous. Oh,
There we go. Another good one.
Wesley
I've seen
might.
Black go, yeah.
Knight takes the turn.
That's what I was going to say, of course. Yeah.
Right. You just were sipping water. Now, I would be seriously considering piling on this e-pawn. Queen e2, rook e1, or even queen f1, rook e1, and maybe queen h3. I feel like that's a kind of move in Nihal style. Queen b3, that's what I meant. Same thing.
That's the very stylistic move there. Classic.
But an exchange sack on e6 cannot be ruled out, which is why Wesley goes rook e8.
Yeah, that would actually be a lot of fun for White to play. And he's now going, hey, bishop g2. I have my other knight on d2 that might want to appear on f3, clamping the e5 square, and also h4, bishop h3 for White. You target that e6 pawn a different way, and also tickle h5 just to loosen up that king.
Yeah, just a little massage going on. Nihal just massaging some of these pawns, e6, d5, probing for weaknesses.
Mm-hmm.
I think you were the one who got that word in my purview, probing, poking
Yes.
and prodding, and maybe not attacking directly, but trying to provoke more weaknesses.
Exactly. For Black, I think that he definitely wants to take this a8 rook, bring it over into the middle of the board. It's not nice to be on that diagonal where the bishop on g2 is eyeballing it. But for me, this knight on c6, it probably needs to do something. It just doesn't look like e5 is happening anytime soon. So I'd like to see that knight. I mean, almost knight d8, knight f7 is kind of on my radar for a potential square, but can't do that just yet.
Say that again, knight d8, knight f7?
Yeah, you can't quite play knight d8 right now.
Bishop
but
takes d5.
exactly. So I sort of want to play rook e8 and then maybe knight d8, knight f7 and sort of try to get e5 that way with bishop c6.
Right. And Wesley's time management is always excellent in classical chess as well. He's up a minute on the clock. And so far, time pressure hasn't been the defining factor for either of them.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if that changes as we hit the home stretch here of the 5-minute segment. Nihal probably contemplating moves like f4, h4, lots of ways that White can go about adding pressure.
Definitely.
Slightly concerned about his clock, though, as he's dipping close to 2 minutes.
Yeah, another interesting thing that White can sometimes do is go f4, followed by knight e5. And he's like, haha, you can't take me.
Oh, yeah, because the bishop is going to be trapped. Nihal instead rerouting his knight to e3. And potentially maybe he'll go back to d2 and try to go knight g4, queen h6.
Yeah, I think knight on e3 is always a tremendous piece in the structure. You feel like you're preventing e5 just for the rest of the game, pretty much, when you have that knight there. So
Wesley's so alert. Alert, getting his knight to c4. You mentioned him on. Now the knight's doing something. It's contesting its counterpart on e3. And with only one knight on the board, White might have a hard time chiseling into Black's position, further attacking the weaknesses.
Mm-hmm. I'm waiting for h4. I've been waiting for this move for a while. I think I prefer h4 to f4 because e5 still looks like it's not happening. And just the idea of h5 and bishop h3 both look like it's worth it to just play h4. Plus, you don't have to do either of those. It's just a good move to gain space.
No, for sure. But queen c1 could also be considered. Bishop f3. Definitely eyeing h4. I agree with you. Although Wesley could reinforce the knight with a move b5. That would weaken the c5 square, but that's why you have a dark squared bishop.
So maybe take e3 here as black and go bishop c6 and say e4, e5 is next.
Absolutely. I mean, that is, after all, black's main idea of the whole line. And despite 1, 2, 3 pieces aiming at the e5 square, black's got 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces aimed at that square. How about them apples?
That's right. Yeah, I think this game really revolves around that whole plan. Bishop c6 first. Very interesting.
Giving Nihal the opportunity to trade, but this would be very, very dubious. And if bishop takes c6, maybe this is fine for white. Takes. Looks like white's losing the bishop, but no. Queen a4.
That's amazing.
Holds things together. So maybe it's worth taking on c4.
Yeah, I think that line is critical. I'm not sure Wesley saw that whole thing out, because you could have just gone knight e3 and then bishop c6, but he's clearly inviting that because doesn't do it. Okay.
Yeah, and I think Nihal, in retrospect, I mean, he played bishop f3 2 moves ago. I think he was focused on going h4, but now he realizes that e5 is a very serious problem, and he tries to bring his pieces back, and there it is.
Yeah.
And now Wesley's definitely in the driver's seat. Big time advantage, and I would say a slightly better position now.
Yep. And the pawn definitely wants to go probably to e4 rather than d4. Just in between the two pawns, if you're going to push one, it's probably e4. The knight on d3 is not great, and b4, f4, all those potential jump squares for the knight are all covered by the bishop on d6.
Yeah, that bishop, just like that bishop on e3 in the previous game, defending key diagonals, and Wesley definitely thinking about e4. You could just sense the wheels turning. Should I make an improving move? Should I strike with e4? He goes for the former, keeping the tension, bleeding more time off of Nihal's clock.
I think this move is actually so genius. So if you put the move e4 on the board instead of a5, then knight b4, bishop takes, queen d4 check. I don't think he liked that. So he just foresaw the, where the knight would want to go. And this is just, I think it's just a great move to prepare e4.
It is an excellent move. And Nihal sensing that his knight is integral to the defense, dropping it back to c1. And I would be contemplating an exchange tack here. You could take on d5. And if rook d2, then you have to reckon with ideas like d4 and bishop b4. With 30 seconds on the clock, this is going to be so hard to handle.
Rook c2 is... Yeah, that's the move where it's like, yeah, I'm ready for d4. Any other move, I'm not sure, but d4, I got you covered, man.
And Wesley goes e4, sacking the pawn on d5. He might be trying to rip white's position apart here with a move e3, or bishop c5 and then e3. This is looking grim for white.
Oh, okay. So
can you trap the queen?
d3. There's also e3.
Ooh. And you've got to watch the queen on d5. A move like rook d8. I guess white now has the f3 square for the queen. No, but e2 bishop f2.
What's crazy is like, yeah, e2 bishop f2, but there's also like rook d8 and rook d1, e2. There's some really nasty stuff.
Oh, rook d1. You called it. I think rook d1. He goes rook d2. Wait a second. Now you can play knight takes c5.
Oh my god, I think you could have still played rook d1 there, even with the queen and rook covering it on that last move.
Rook c1 is an excellent defensive move, though. And somehow Wesley's rook, as dangerous as it appears, if you go rook f2, white's queen could seek refuge either on a8 or on g4. It's not over yet.
Wow.
Rook
what
c1.
A weird position.
And Nihal centralizing queen d5. If you go rook d7, there's knight takes c5 ideas, and you might walk into a fork. 1 minute now for Wesley.
Crazy. He's surviving this. Like, I still think black's better, of course, but he's really surviving.
If you can get Wesley to 30 seconds, though, then he'll start getting nervous. This is a critical moment. Can Wesley find a way to get the situation under control? Maybe, well, e2 you take on c5, so I'm not seeing anything off the top of my head.
Right, there's no
maybe
like,
rook d2.
Absolute crush. Rook d2 is kind of cute, but it's a repetition, right? Technically.
The queen goes back to f3.
Yeah, so I don't think he'll be unhappy with 4 seconds to have an easy move like that.
Bishop c4. Oh, the bishop's migrating to d5. This is going to be brutal.
And he didn't see the idea because bishop d5 is crushing. Yep.
And I mean, defending that with 2 seconds is just impossible. Nihal did a good job to hold, but a disappointing game for him and an excellent positional effort by Wesley. I mean, the maneuvering, the prophylaxis, and then understanding the right moment to strike in the center. Credit to Wesley there for an excellent game. He jumps out to a 2-point lead.
It's almost, you know, he's coming up with this move, right? Knight h5 in the opening, and
I don't know how he's doing
the
it.
best player that knows how to play it. Wow, it's strange that that works that way.
Yeah, he is an elite player, and you know, his experience, his pedigree. He is one of the great positional players of our time, and that really showed in that game. Now, what's going on here is Nihal. I like the strategy going h3 f5, explosive opening play, but who is it going to favor? d6, knight d5. It's a crazy position. Both players are playing so quickly. Is this still prep?
Yeah, I think it is actually. To be quite honest, I've seen this exact position.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure it was between Magnus and Hikaru.
Right. I'm going to sip my root beer. You talk about it.
yeah, exactly. Esteemed expert over here. But yeah, I've just seen this in one of these online rapid events that Magnus was putting on. And yeah, it's just one of these theoretical positions. So honestly, I think they probably still know what's going on.
That's just, yeah, it's one of those things. The real theory starts on move 40. You know, the real juice, you know, the real battle starts on move 35, 40. Bishop f5. And I am always biased in favor of exchange sacks, but it would be premature there. Knight e7, smoking the bishop out of f5. Nice move. Maybe stick a rook on f4. But then g3. Nihal going h6.
Nice prep move, because now you could go rook f4 and g3 and go back to f6 and say, are you happy with that, or is that good for me?
I really like Black's position here.
Yep.
Really
offhand, I think it looks better. And you also have knight g6 as well. White wants g3, you know, king g2, all these moves, but it's so much to have happen.
Yeah, plus that bishop on g4, it could very easily get trapped. And queen g6, h5, Nihal doubling on the f file, immobilizing the knight. Rook f1 is probably called for.
So easy to play for Black.
Yep. Just activating all the pieces, natural moves. And sometimes you don't need to reinvent the wheel.
Yeah, look at that. I was about to say, do you need to play bishop h5? Because you're almost losing by force after queen g6 or queen f7, right? And it's like h5. How do you stop it?
Yeah, so for example, rook f1, queen f7, and you have to move the knight, and h5 and white's position collapses.
Right.
Now, there's some crazy ideas here with g4 trying to force the bishop back onto g4. I mean, you could still try for this queen f7 idea, probably a little too brazen though.
Right.
Let's see what Nihal comes up with.
There's always like bishop f5 if you're quote unquote trapped, so you can give a pawn back. So yeah, I think g4 and then doing the idea is probably too much.
Knight g6 is still very possible. You could also play a move like queen h7 maybe to prepare g4.
Right.
I don't know. Maybe a little bit too wild, but I think Nihal, he comes up with moves like these.
It's true.
I'm calling it. He's going to play queen h7. All right, Nihal. Please make me look good.
Time to make him look real good.
Oh, he played g4. Okay. I'll take some credit. He goes for this. This is what I suggested initially. And here's the thing. White can't move the knight. I think Wesley has to go queen d3. And then, no, never mind. I never said anything.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't understand. Why is the Evo bar so optimistic? I guess because rook takes f3 is not a threat due to queen takes h6.
So then rook f1 is the move to, well, you have to guard f2.
Here's the hilarious thing, Aman. When I was showing this line initially, I simply missed rook takes f3. But now I realized that it wasn't even a threat to begin with because of this.
Right.
Will Wesley find rook f1? He does.
Of course he sees it.
Of course he sees everything.
That's a huge move. It's really strong. So what after h5? Is it just bishop f5? Because that still looks good for Black.
I mean, knight g5 is also a possibility. And after queen g6, perhaps the Zen like
Oh
bishop
man.
f3 or even bishop d7.
Yeah, bishop d7, bishop a4, like the
Oh
whole
my
way
goodness. Oh my lands. And if you get to play h4, anchoring the knight on g5, Black's
Right.
counterplay is going to start fizzling out.
I think
And
it's
Wesley,
bishop d7.
he plays it, and that's the correct move. The eval bar unchanged. My
so
goodness.
if you play c6, not a great move, but let's say you play it, you want to trap the bishop, h4 happens, and you come right back to h3.
Right. Amazing. The bishop is just all over the place.
He's
And,
sacking everything here.
I feel like since the first game, Wesley's tactical form, and I'll probably end up jinxing him, but it has improved tremendously. He just seems more confident. He's not taking quite as much time on these decisions.
Right.
And this is a pivotal game. I think queen h6 and knight g6. Oh, but then there's knight f7 check. Just like Black is kind of stuck in molasses here on the on the king side. Queen h5 is a very nice move, though. Look at the eval bar. Something happened to it.
This h4 move was very creative. He just didn't want to allow that bishop back.
Excellent move. And I think g4 might have been the correct response, creating an anchor point on f5. But
yeah, knight g6. I can't look.
Oh
this
my
is
goodness,
this is gonna be nasty.
Painful. And just like that, Nihal turns the tables. Can he finish this game? Knight g6 anyway looks pretty good.
Yeah, you can almost just go there.
Although after f5, knight f4, white can sack the exchange.
Right.
And that is unclear. Okay, you can take on f4 with a rook.
But I think that's what he wants. He wants to say, like, you know, occupy that square with a piece other than your knight.
but where's the knight going to go? Because after knight f3, there's rook takes g4. And after knight e6, there is also, I believe, rook takes g4. And at the end, you're going to pick off the knight. What a crazy game.
You know what? I think you allow that, and you play king h2, queen takes f3, queen h6, and rook g2 in the line.
Say that again?
The line you just put on the board, rook takes f4, knight f3.
Oh, you want to go knight f3.
Yeah, and then just like, if you sack the rook, I go king h2, and you take my knight, but then I have my queen h6, my rook g2, and I'm kind of getting some stuff myself. I don't know the
You're
eval,
absolutely
but
stuff. It appears that Black is going to be able to escape, and I can guarantee you this is what Nihal is calculating right now. Once again, the wheels are turning. He goes for it, and you've got to go rook takes g4 here. And he's trying to figure out, is my king escaping there? It is, but we know what the eval bar is. Much harder to go for this in a real game. Gutsy call by Nihal, and it's going to pay off.
I think so. Yeah. The knight, hey, we've said it before, and this is an important thing for people to remember. It's the best defender of the king. It always covers, like, just it seems to cover every square, especially when you have a queen trying to check a king. It's so annoying.
Right. Whoops. And guess what? Whoops. Ah.
So frustrating.
Whoops. Not a single square is accessible. And this is winning for Black. If white doesn't check, by the way, then there's queen f4 check, forcing the queen trade and basically ending the game immediately.
Yeah.
Just a few more accurate moves required of Nihal. We will have one more game after this one in the 5-minute portion.
There's a great comment in the chat. Please remove Amon's face and put an analysis board there instead.
Well, finally, some sense, you know, something sensible.
Some reasonable in the chat. Hey, right. I'm all for it. You know, no need to be on camera. It's easier to be off cam.
Now,
Fine
where's the win?
Hey, the knight's the best defender. Look at that thing. It's a beast.
I mean, you could play queen f8, and I think that holds everything together. But obviously, if you're Nihal, you would want something a little bit more forcing and convincing. But no, I think this is the right move. Queen f8, and maybe like, you've got to untangle somehow. Bishop e3.
Right. Oh, you know what? There might have been some like almost meeting pattern, because the rook on h7 is vulnerable to takes e4 check. Something takes e4 check.
Oh yeah, there was just check, and then some sort of a check, and white's king is driven out and
some cute way to do it.
And Nihal sees it.
Got it.
He sees everything. Yeah, he sees it on the next move.
Sweet.
And this is going to be a very, very important win. With the black pieces, it looked very questionable at one moment, but he kept finding creative ideas. He kept the gas pedal press down on that king side, and it pays off even against Wesley's tactical prowess. Queen h1, queen takes h7.
Queen F.
Queen h1, queen h3.
He's got a hope and a prayer.
Oh, accuracy to the end.
Hyper accurate, and yeah, he gets a win there. He brings this score back to 5-4, 1 game lead for Wesley. He's not letting it get out of hand, is Nihal, and
Nope.
3 games would be a little much.
But Wesley this is where I think his anti-tilt mechanism comes in. He's so hard to unsettle, doesn't get too high with the highs, doesn't get too low with the lows, just keeps playing, keeps it consistent. And this is also a pivotal game, most likely going to be the last one of the 5-minute portion.
And I feel like Wesley's in that mode right now where sometimes you're just on like a massive bender, like chess bender, and you just play so long that outside your house just turns from day to night while you're playing. And it's like the harrowing. Like it's just gotten dark in his room, and he's so engrossed in the play that he can't go turn on the lights. So
right, you just don't care. The added work that it requires to get up and turn the light on, it's just not worth breaking your concentration.
It's overcast skies right now.
Right. This brings back so many memories of 80 game matches with Hikaru when I was in college. And I remember one time I played remember this vividly, a 77 game match with Hikaru, 3+0. And we started around 7 p.m. I have an exam the next day. At around 10 p.m., my roommate walks in, good friend of mine, and he's 1700, so he knows what's going on. He brings some friends to his room. They have a party. They have fun. They all leave. He goes to bed, and it's like time has completely stopped, and I'm still playing him. I ended at 3 a.m.
Yeah, like an entire party it just occurs, happens, ends.
Right. Contracts are signed, business deals are made. And,
so are you saying that playing Hikaru for 7 straight hours isn't fun?
Oh, it's... I don't know what to say to that.
I could tell you that it's probably more fun than when I play him, because I don't get wins as often, that's for sure.
But still, I mean, when you get on those losing streaks,
oh yeah,
anything on my desk got a nice slamming. Okay, so the mouse, the printer,
and all this to say that that's not Wesley.
No, that is absolutely not Wesley.
The exact opposite is Wesley stuff.
Okay, so what's going on here? We've got a hanging pawn structure, which is defined as the C and D pawns. They don't have neighbors. The B and E pawns are missing. So you can think of them as sort of like a pawn island in and of themselves. And hanging pawn structure is not good or bad inherently. It all depends on how the other pieces are placed.
Right.
And it's hard to judge who's more active here. I think Black has acquitted himself quite nicely here with this bishop on B7, D4 ideas in the air.
Yep.
Probably equal overall.
Equal, but I'm taking Black probably every day of the week here. There's something that you might consider, like, yeah, I was gonna say Queen H4, but the rook's swinging to G5 or H5, D4 is happening, Bishop D6. Like, this looks like a massive attack.
Yeah, this looks like one of those things that Nihal has to contain right now, or else it's going to explode. He goes Knight G3. You cannot take it.
Right, because if this position was in attack, like if Nihal loses this game to some attack, this is exactly the point where they would have a diagram in the book and be like, and Black's attack starts to brew. This would be the moment where you realize it's completely like everything's building up.
Storm clouds start to gather around White's king. And I'm
Wesley,
not seeing it though.
His webcam is indicative of the storm brewing, on cam and on the board. You can tell.
But here's the thing. It's also very easy to lose control here. That queen on A4 is surprisingly versatile. It's pinning the knight and it can jump out to D7 at the right moment. And Wesley going H5, the eval bar did not like that move.
I feel similarly. I felt like the rook needed to have some of those squares available, and that the H pawn maybe was a little bit slow. And wow, we see the light go on. Huge, huge, Daniel.
What about F3? Let me ask a simple question. What about F3? Where are you going to go with the knight?
Simple questions have simple answers. Nowhere.
Right. And I think it's just so easy to forget that this pin exists. F3 looks like it wins a piece. It doesn't end the game. Black maybe has C4. This is what Nihal is calculating. And then maybe bishop takes C4 and then F4, trying to dry everything up on the king side and then pick off C4.
like
that
that.
still looks good for white. And I can...
Yep, that's cash money right there. C4.
Right. And I can guarantee you this is exactly what he's calculating at this very moment. You could even play bishop b4 and f4. I always love this. Like there's awesome. 2 pawns there and now there's 0. And Nihal going rook e to d1. Choosing a far quieter move and keep it something he didn't like about the move f3. Still looking pretty good for white here at this point.
So it's funny. I was thinking at the fact that bishop c7 can happen at any time. And it's just weird to think that bishop on a5 can join the king side in full defense.
Right.
Immediately, basically.
Oh, by the way, I believe where Nihal is at in 20 minutes, it's about to be Tuesday. And you know what that means. Right.
That 3-minute portion.
Well, that's where Smarter Chess predicted a pretty hefty win for Wesley. So we'll see. Wait a minute. Bishop takes c4. This is apparently completely winning for some reason.
Is the bishop on b7 just basically trapped? Like, doesn't
yeah. Well, there's many things I can do. Queen d7 is the most natural. But
Queen d7 sets up knight f5.
But what about bishop c3? Oh no, apparently not. Never mind. I was just making sure the eval bar was working.
So
we've had some issues with it not reacting.
Queen d7, knight f5 looks crushing, and bishop a6 is queen c6. So bishop c8 probably only move.
Queen d7, bishop c8, and then what? You at the very minimum can play queen c6 and queen c7. Look at this. Everything hangs.
That's beautiful.
And well done. I just underestimated queen d7. It's not the kind of move that looks like it wins on the spot. But Wesley, he just buried himself here on the king side. And, he's left his minor pieces to the wolves and his rook.
But you pointed it out. It doesn't look like it should win everything. But that's why he's missed it. It's so counterintuitive. You don't think of queen d7 as a KO.
This is basically the same thing. Except bishop d5 is an additional option. And what is Nihal cooking up against it? Perhaps bishop c7.
Takes on d5, queen b7, and then you have some knight f5.
Oh, are you kidding me? Now black can play rook d8, say, no, I'm out of the woods. No, you're not. Knight f5, forking the bishop in the end. That would be a sick way to end the game. I think Wesley's going to play bishop d5.
And I think you go for it. I think that line is exactly what we're going to see.
And the maturity, the presence of mind. Nihal took 1.5 minutes. That's not easy to do when you've got 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes on the clock. But he realized that if he finds the right approach here, the game ends immediately.
That's it.
And he's going to end the 5-minute portion on a streak of 2 wins. He's going to equalize the match at 5 apiece. Aman, what an incredible 5-minute portion. They had those nerves at the start, but I feel like they've turned it around, both of them, quite handsomely. They have played incredible chess.
Yeah.
And first, Nihal, of course, has to put the finishing touches on this game. And by the way, h3 and then king h2, I think, is the way to go.
It's gorgeous. I wanted to see it happen just because it's so pretty, but
and there it is.
Is just a better move.
Yeah, business-like approach. Block the d-file, take c5, and tie the match at 5 apiece.
Yeah,
we've had some swings of momentum, but at the end of the day, they have been so evenly matched, giving it their all. Oh, what does this bode? For the 3 and the 1 minute portion, we are going to see something epic, that's for sure.
No, 100%. I love the match so far. I think people are getting treated, Dania. We have lots of tactics flying left, right, and center. Some really interesting openings. Looking forward.
And both of these players so easy to root for. Yep. We will delve into the 3-minute portion, but first, we are going to take a break. Let the players catch their breath. You are watching the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We will be right back with the 3-minute portion.
play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join Chess.com today.
The Puzzle Battle World Championship is back. Watch the very best puzzle specialists compete for their share of the $25K prize fund. Catch defending champion Grandmaster Ray Robson, MVL, Grandmaster Shakir Mamedyarov, and many, many more contest this incredible event. It all goes down January 6th through 9th, starting daily at 9 a.m. Pacific time, 6 p.m. or 1800 Central European time. You will not want to miss the Puzzle Battle World Championship. Everybody loves it, and fun stuff always goes down. Speaking of fun stuff going down, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky and GM Amon Hamilton bringing you coverage of the first SCC semifinal matchup, which is currently tied at 5 apiece. Amon, a great 5-minute portion, and we are in for a wild ride here.
No doubt. We're going into 3+1, which actually Smarter Chess, I think, had favoring Wesley kind of heavily. It's actually the biggest difference between the players was supposedly going to be this 3-minute section. So it'd be interesting to see if that's the case. The 5-minute section, I mean, God, I hate it when he's right, but he was pretty much right. 5-5.
5-5, 4.5
predicted.
Now, I think what's going to be important as the game kicks off is, and I mentioned this earlier, I think the openings are going to be even more important than in the 5-minute portion, because with only 3 minutes on the clock, if you get into a position where either you're uncomfortable or it's objectively bad, you just don't have as much time to set up your defense and to really delve deeply and figure out how to get out of it. So let's see how the opening goes, and let's see whether we're going to see any more offbeat openings by Nihal. In this game, he plays conventionally with an Italian.
Right. And
he's got black,
A6 chosen by Nihal. I think we saw some A5, Bishop A7 stuff from Magnus in the World Championship, but A6, Bishop A7, pretty much the same idea. And this classic maneuver that both players are going to do in different ways, but getting a knight to G6 and G3.
Yeah, and black has many ways of playing this. You can go Bishop E6. You can also go, I've seen people play B5, Rook E8. This is all very, very common H6. Not symmetrical at all, this position.
Yeah, D4. Well, in case it wasn't symmetrical enough for you, maybe we can get C6, D takes E5, and really drive that point home.
Yeah, and I think there's a line, at least an old school line, that goes A4, and then I think Bishop B7. And you get all sorts of pandemonium going on the king side with knight F5. Okay, I think we might see that. And I know Bishop B6 is a move here. As far as I remember, Bishop B6 in order to prepare D5, because the immediate D5, again, this is like 5-year-old analysis is premature. But if white plays Bishop D2, then D5.
Mm-hmm. Bishop B6 played, so it looks like you're still relevant there, Daniel.
Occasionally. And if Bishop E3, the point is you take on D4. White has to take with the bishop, and you go C5, essentially forcing white to give up this bishop for a knight. And Wesley is out of theoretical waters, and there's Bishop D5. Now D5 is the move. And black is totally equalizing and can even take over the initiative if white's not careful.
And normally these moves are not overlooked because it's exactly what you're preparing. Like the whole purpose of the play as black is to look for these moments where you get D5 in. If not D5, it's hard to really recommend a move like that he would play Queen D7.
That's very surprising. Especially because Nihal knew everything up to this point. This is the main line, Bishop D3, D5. So something he didn't like about that. It's not the end of the world for black.
No.
It's just kind of a shame that, you do some excellent preparation and, you falter sort of at the last moment.
Yeah,
okay.
C6. The bishop on A8 is certainly not happy, but, it'll definitely find its way back into the position.
Oh, yeah. One by hook or by crook, but not by playing c5, because then you give up b5. No, but white is better.
Yeah, d takes
Nihal has
e5.
kind of paid the price for this. Yeah.
It's weird. You almost have to play like queen c7 here just to, just to protect that bishop on b6. So d takes e isn't a threat. And I think you want to just play bishop b7, bishop c8, like bring that bishop right back in.
Right. Wesley taking the opportunity to grab control of the a file. Of course, rook a8 can also be considered, although that might set the bishop back again. No, going for your idea.
I like this. Makes sense.
And you'll sometimes see people go b4 in these positions, trying to clamp down on the queen side. There it is.
Sometimes those
Stopping.
people are named Wesley So.
Indeed. And I guess Nihal can complete the bishop maneuver with either bishop e6 or bishop d7.
Both sides always have the option to go knight f5 or knight f4.
Right.
I wonder if it's going to happen because knight f4, sometimes you basically take it with the bishop, pawn takes, let's say knight e2, and this structure of b4, c3, d4 is really effective against the bishop on b6. And yeah, that's a good way to outline how good it could be.
And look at the time, 49 seconds, and nothing has been decided. And rook a6 is a nasty move. He was threatening to take on b6.
Oof,
and ooh, now he might even sack on h6. Man, this is not fun for black at all. Can Nihal keep his balance here?
The life of the light squared bishop, eh? a8,
Right.
c8, up and back to c8.
Yeah, while everybody else is lounging around, the rook on b8
Right.
kind of just chilling. Queen a2. Wesley walking into bishop b6, but of course the point is to establish a battery on the a file.
Yeah, now rook a6. There might still be bishop c8.
Now this rook is starting to perform its shenanigans. Bishop c8, I guess rook a8, but then takes a bishop d7.
I think you might even just go rook a3, and then after bishop e6, do something else instead of rook a6. That's another option.
Rook
Just
a3,
kind of
yeah.
feel out the position, see what he's going to do.
Yeah, and you've gotten a little bit of time off black's clock, 20 seconds. It makes sense to keep pieces on the board here. King h2, king h7, maybe.
Yeah, there's no doubt in my mind. If I see king h2, I'm playing king h7.
Bishop c7 is an excellent move. Very alert. I know there's a million pawns in the way, but one day something might happen in that diagonal. But 10 seconds, bishop back to d7, and Wesley thinking better of it.
Yeah, he's like, hang on.
Bishop f1, and yeah.
What do you think of bishop c2? Speaking of putting bishops on diagonals where kings should go, I was thinking, hey, you said it. What about bishop b3 now, as the e-pawn doesn't look like it needs that many defenders?
I like it. I would even contemplate knight f5 here as well. And he was waiting for Amon Hamilton to give his seal of approval.
Yeah, the call is in. That's fine.
The
Proceed.
stamp, like at the airport when they stamp your passport.
Yeah.
Right. It's always 3 sounds. Bishop b3, 2 seconds. Nihal going back and forth here. Queen a2. And black's position starts to crumble at the seams. Rook a7.
Rook a7 and
Bishop b6 still holding on is Nihal.
but there's no bishop b6 now.
Oh, now you can go rook a7, but he sticks the bishop right into the weak square.
It's got 1 second. There's only +1 here.
Yeah.
Surviving this.
G6.
If it happens.
Stopping knight f5. He is holding on and trying to bleed off Wesley's clock as well. He's below 20 seconds.
I think it's time for f3 and reroute the knight on g3.
Knight f1, knight e3. Back to h2 he goes. Nihal has improved his chances here quite a bit.
No doubt.
Oh, maneuvering. 10 seconds for Wesley, and he hasn't broken through just yet.
It's so hard to do these maneuvers when you're low, like this low on time, and he's executed everything.
This is amazing. Queen e8. Now both players back to e7, hitting h4, king g3.
Queen f2 maybe to g3, but no.
Nihal getting his knight to a good square. Black keeps improving his position. Now the time situation is equalized. Queen f4, mate is a threat. Knight takes e4.
Unreal.
Oh my goodness. Now black is better. Can he finish the effort?
The way Nihal is playing right now is like unbelievable.
It is.
All with 1 second on the clock.
It's crazy. Literally had 1 second in a lost position, but not just any lost position, a lost position which is lost in the long run. White's got tons of pressure. And now Black is probably theoretically winning. Wesley now the one with 1 second.
I can't believe it.
Couple more accurate moves are required by Nihal. King c4, going for the pawns. Black is winning. This
and
is
the rook's even on c8. It's perfect. You just play rook g8 and surely winning.
Now, I have to say, Nihal's had a lot of these unbelievable comebacks. This might have been one of the most impressive ones.
I can't even say anything after that. I think it's like the best player in the world at playing with 1 second. Seriously.
I've never seen any. No, I say I've never seen anything like that. I have. When I play him, we often play this time control, 10 seconds plus 1 second increment. And the things that he does, he's got 0.1 second on the clock. I am mating him 7 ways to Sunday. And 10 moves later, his king is on the other side of the board, and I'm the one getting mated, or we've gotten into a lost endgame. It is a unique talent, and we just saw it on full display. Nihal takes the lead for the first time this match, I believe.
That's unreal. So still in shock over here, Dania, as
I know that was
he didn't just
amazing.
pull it off, but he did it against a world-class player in Wesley So.
Nor did Wesley blunder. It would be one thing if Wesley mouse slipped to queen blunder. Wesley was playing pretty darn well, I have to say. He was trying all sorts of maneuvers to no avail. And we have a Ragozin here. For Wesley, it is crucial to stabilize. He's only down a point. And this is where I think, as I've said before, his experience and his sort of emotional maturity really kicks in. It has to kick in. Because the bullet is not really going to do him too many favors, I think.
Wesley is going for some interior decor. He's changed up the lighting now to a side lamp.
I like it.
Yeah,
I like it. I like the shelves.
Going for a different look.
I don't know if his position looks great here. It looks too good here, but rook fd1, which you have to watch out for is after queen g3, rook takes d7 and knight f6.
Great point.
Be an annoying thing to deal with.
Great point. Yeah, so easy to play a knight c6, right? Rook d1, knight c6, queen g3, like rook c8. Why not?
Right. Yeah, let me just improve the position a little bit.
Nice.
I guess you can play rook d8 there. Now, what is Nihal thinking about? Perhaps he's contemplating a move like queen d6 or queen d6 after knight c6 as well. Cool.
He was ready for that one, I'll tell you that.
Yes, he was. You can just sense the confidence sort of growing here. Just the speed and the energy of the moves. Although I don't think Wesley is in too much trouble here. Let's say he takes on d4 and then goes knight d7. A little bit uncomfortable, but the Ragozin is so solid. Oh, and now, after knight c6, White's got to be careful because you might walk into a bishop takes h2 trap.
That's a good point.
So maybe queen h5 should be oh, no, then the knight hangs. What am I saying?
There is knight f5 here. I just don't know if it's anything special. You know, it's like bishop e5, knight e7, king h8.
That's a great move, though.
Yeah.
Bishop,
like,
no. All of that for this. Well, I think White is a tiny bit more comfortable here, but I agree. It's nothing major.
Mm-hmm.
I think Nihal's going to play it, though. He kind of has to. Otherwise he's risking being worse. Okay.
So do you just go, I mean, yeah, you're definitely better. So takes. And you know what? I have a funny feeling that king h7 is going to run into a bishop d3, like clearing the c file. Just a useful move for White that king might regret being there.
I agree. And I think I would go so far as to say after knight c6, you could even consider, well, no, bishop d3 there is a little bit too clunky, but Nihal might be thinking about bishop d3 here.
Right.
Well, I can't look at his clock. I mean, apparently you can go down all the way to 1 second and
yeah, it just doesn't matter.
Play even better. Right. Instead, going for a conservative approach, you're taking and going rook c2. And still some pressure.
Mm-hmm.
Undoubtedly, I think I would take White here. King f2, king e2. Then maybe b4 at some point.
Yep.
Magnus would love to have this position with White.
I know, yeah, it's a dream. For the,
conversely, I would probably resign here with Black against Magnus.
Yeah, just not worth it, of course.
Sees everything.
So
97.
Bishop d3. Time for our move.
Right. Yay.
Yeah, as if it does something.
Whoa, bishop c5, bishop d3, rook takes d3. Oh my goodness, what did Nihal just do?
Forgot about it.
He forgot about rook takes d3.
Yeah, 100%.
Or did he go for this and misevaluate it? No, but this is just losing.
he's doing the classic. I mean, now you can just play king g8, king f8, king e8.
Right. And
this is the
notice
classic,
how
like, I blundered, but I'm gonna play fast.
right. But most importantly, c8 and c7 are defended. If White's rook could have infiltrated to c7, the picture would have been completely different.
And I think that's why I know that he didn't want to do this. Like that fact alone. If the rook could get in, then there's definitely a school where this is actually okay for White.
But if I'm Nihal, I'm if you can find a way to trade these pawns, it's probably a draw. But that's White's problem. If you go b5, you walk into bishop takes a5, and you're so close, but you don't get a chance to win that 8 pawn.
Yeah, annoying.
16 seconds now.
At the price of one of your other pawns after bishop c7, for example. So not worth.
Wesley needs some accurate technique, but you should be able to finish this one. Maybe king d7. Okay, but now just takes a5.
Okay, he's just. I almost think he might have missed the bishop on d8, but he's missing all sorts of things this game, so it's fair to say it's just not his.
Yeah, hard to say what exactly was hallucinated. Yeah, forgot about the rook. It happens, but big props to Wesley. Didn't tilt, played something very solid, such as the Ragozin, and neutralized White's initiative and then waited for his opportunity. Both players, of course, showing tremendous spirit, presence of mind, calmness. You wouldn't be in the semifinals of the SEC without those skills. And wait a second.
Definitely not like this technique.
It's not over yet. H3 is an excellent move, trying to swing the rook around the other side. And we remind the chat, Nihal it is now officially Tuesday for Nihal. It's midnight 07.
Uh-oh.
Knight f5. Whoa, that was a terrible move. What was b5?
It's unnecessary.
It's probably still winning for black after b4.
Yeah, but how hard did you have to work to say the word still there? I mean, it pained you to even say this.
I'm actually not sure it's winning.
That's what I mean.
No, but,
yeah.
But that is unacceptable. I mean, you gotta see knight f5 here if you're Wesley. You just can't miss these opportunities. Especially against a defender like Nihal. 1 second.
Amazing.
Yay! b3. I think black's going to promote here. d3, bishop takes 4, and still some attention required. We might see a bishop and knight checkmate.
Oh, I hope we do. Just for
I really hope we do as well.
Do you think it'll get played out?
I think Nihal should play it out.
Yeah.
I mean, 17 seconds.
I agree.
With a 1 second increment, of course, Wesley should win, but you never know.
It's so weird, like how easy this is for black to win. Like it's just the pawn.
Yeah, you just push, and there's just nothing else. Yeah, and the bad thing for White is going to be that knight d4, for example.
Oh, bishop f2, nasty.
Oh, and a mate. Knight takes c3. What a mate.
A pre-move bishop knight mate. How often do you see that?
Amazing.
Fantastic.
Great stuff by Wesley there. Good conversion at the very end, equalizing the match at 6-6. God, seatbelts still mandatory. No momentum to speak of.
Yeah. So we see this again. I thought that Wesley truly did play a tremendous game last time. I think he just got out blitzed or out time scrambled by Nihal, who put on a clinic, but this was really a beautiful game from Wesley in the opening no game phase.
Oh yeah, so he for sure is going to want to repeat the opening. And by the way, that's a very important skill, to be able to separate the result of the game from the opening. Very often you lump those together and say, I'm never playing this opening again, but wait a second, if you were better, then it makes sense to repeat it. Nihal is going for a different approach here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the opening went terribly, but you won, and
I keep playing it, hey.
The good memory effect. Okay, so d5, d4 early. And what's going on here? Time for me to sip my root beer and let them calculate it.
Well, D takes E4, then certainly it's the reactions. Knight takes E5. And I find that like all these kind of positions, I feel like when they start liquidating like this, it almost always just works out for black somehow.
Yeah, but I think specifically in this position, given the placement of white's pieces,
Oh, that was quick.
I like Wesley's position E5. Maybe Nihal should consider knight E4. Yep. But I was thinking,
Hey, the F takes G3 position is really not so bad. So C takes D4, and if knight G3, F G3, you play King H2, and you've got a pretty fun position to play with the open F file.
yeah, and Nihal reacting correctly. He has to get stuff opened up, make something happen on the queen side. Maybe get a rook to C8. Wesley is eventually going to develop serious play on the F file, as you indicated.
Imagine B4, right? Like imagine white got B4. Black doesn't have C5 as a resource for counterplay. It's a really bad position for Nihal. So very important he did that.
Brutal. Brooks. Okay, so he trades on D4. Will he take on D4 again, allowing the queen to centralize? No, he will not.
I feel
Instead,
like
heading for
Wesley
C6.
has been playing the whole match while holding a flashlight under his chin. Like he's like telling a ghost story the entire time.
Right. Gathered around the campfire.
And that's difficult.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of multitasking. I mean, if he wins the match, it'll be the first time somebody won a match while holding a flashlight under the chin. If he loses the match, it'll be the first time somebody lost the match. So it's a win-win while holding a flashlight under their chin. Wait a second. Queen D3 and rook B1, and you help blunders the queen.
Queen's trapped.
Queen is trapped.
Yeah, that's it.
And you can just see knight takes C5. You don't even get a piece because of queen H7 check. It's just resigns.
Oh, yeah.
That is a brutal way to go.
Yeah, you're and I mean that was a pretty easy game. Like I know there was a blunder, but I thought white's play was pretty concrete. That's 2 games now with great positions for Wesley. He's going to be repeating that as much as he can.
Nihal needs to change, I think, either E4, E5 or to play a different line within the Italian. Because again, it seems like Wesley is fully comfortable. He knows the ideas. He understands the proper transformations. You could see that reflected in the speed with which he played D4 and E5. And now it's Nihal's turn to step up to the plate. He's down by 1. 2 wins in a row for Wesley. Can he reverse the momentum with this important game?
So like you mentioned it, that Wesley is just like, ice in his veins, because he came in, lost the first game after playing so well, got out blitzed, and he just comes back and wins like the next 2 games. So actually all 3 games have gone pretty well for Wesley. We just witnessed some magic in one of them from Nihal. So Nihal really does need to step up and get on the board here for real.
Yeah, and again, I'm not a big fan of how he's handling the opening here. This is some sort of weird Queen's Gambit accepted structure where white is down a bunch of tempi. I mean, you might have to go DC and go for one of these end games.
Yep.
And you can see
when black plays B4, I mean, you don't want your knight to already be on C3. You want to be on B1 and then play knight D2, knight C4. But as you pointed out, B4, knight B1, you're just down 2 moves.
Right. And maybe not, no tragedy has occurred. White can play B3, bishop B2. But I wonder what Wesley's probably deciding whether to trade queens himself or maybe just to take on C5. And Nihal deciding not to give him the second chance to trade queens.
Wow. Knight A5 is such a great move, and it's not a move I would ever play in my life.
And it just comes so naturally to people like Wesley. I mean, I'm completely on the same page. And one of the ideas is knight B3, just covering both of these squares and discouraging knight C4. And for this reason, this is trouble for Nihal. Bishop B4. Castle or rook D8.
Oh my goodness. Rook D. I think you're probably supposed to play rook D8, not castle. Somehow the king looks a little odd on C5.
Yeah.
It's the exact same idea.
Well, knight E1, and as ugly as white's position looks, or maybe even knight FE5. It's
Or
not.
knight ce5. So that was my one thing about castling. Knight ce5 has bishop takes a6, and it's like just a little weird.
Right, a knight c1, rook c1, and all of a sudden black and resigned.
Yeah, exactly.
Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. He goes knight fe5. Yeah, I would be worried about moves like rook d5 here, aiming to double on the d file, and white just might run out of gas here defensively.
Yeah, the knight on b3, you know, it's doing the maximum. So it's got to be. You could even play knight g4. Crazy move.
Wow. Rook takes d3.
Rook takes
what a
d3. Crazy move.
What a move. Knight takes d3, rook d8.
Nasty.
Knight e5. And
then
what did
G4.
Wesley see here? Oh, this is incredible. Knight takes g4.
No, it's actually, I think it actually
rook takes d3. And you don't even take with the bishop.
That's disgusting. The
No,
rook's trapped on
you
b1.
saw that instantly. That's the effect of getting this knight to b3.
And you know, the rook's trapped on b1 and the bishop's trapped on c1. Every piece is trapped.
The knight on b3 is single-handedly freezing white's entire army on the queen side.
Gross.
And Wesley is, I mean, he is smelling blood here and he is pouncing. This is a masterful performance. Nihal trying to find some way to keep his material intact. But I don't see it. I mean, if Wesley sees knight g4, that might basically end this game.
Because the thing is, a lot of times as white in these positions, you understand your opponent's intent. So you play rook takes d3. But the problem here is after bishop takes rook d8, you're faced with the same issues. Back rank
rook
mate
d8
is still pinned.
anyway. Look at this.
Even nicer, right? It's just the same threats are there. The gorgeous game. Gorgeous.
Amazing. Yeah, rook d8, and white is literally just out of moves. This is resignable. Yeah, and you could take f7 in the end, but that's not going to help.
That was a
this is
game. That was 18 moves.
And it just seemed like when Nihal lost those tempi in the opening, it's like once Wesley played knight a5 and planted the knight on b3, white was never able to untangle.
Wow.
And 3 games in a row, Wesley gaining confidence, and Nihal has to make stuff happen here. This is going to be the last game before the halfway break. And this time Wesley going for d4. Aman, what do you make of that? He decides to vary. What about if it ain't broke, don't fix it?
You know, it's almost one of those things where I feel like if he brings out e4 in the bullet, Nihal, by instinct and by repetition, is more likely to go into that same line. He knows it's a good line. He knows it works. I don't think that's the last we've seen of it in this match. So I think he's just switching it up now because he's saying, look, I've got something that works. Let me try this. If this doesn't work, I got something to go back to. If this also works, my opponent now has 2-3 things he's got to keep in his head. He needs remedies for multiple things.
That's an interesting hypothesis. I agree. And of course, it's not like Wesley can't play d4. d4 is a bad move. And I think he, to me, there's really no question that Nihal is a favorite in bullet, maybe not by a very wide margin, but Wesley senses that he can get this lead up, 3-4 points. That gives him a pretty significant cushion going to the bullet. I think that's what he needs to be aiming for.
An interesting thing we always mention, because the SEC features an increment, it's most notable in bullet, where most of the players, they don't play with increment. So then the rating is more reflective of, hey, they play like 30-second or 1-minute chess. But the interesting thing about Nihal is he plays a lot of bullet with increment. So I actually think he really, truly is the favorite, and he has some stats to back up his play with increment bullet. That's how he gets his rating.
He's been hanging around bullet number 1 for a long time.
Yep.
He's just tremendously experienced, and in bullet, particularly, just nothing substitutes experience. There's just no substitute for that. Now let's see what's going on here, because I quite like the way Nihal has gotten his pieces out of the gate. What is Wesley intending here?
He might just
because the queen
d2 and chill.
Yeah, but just doesn't look that appealing. Knight c6, but wait a second, queen d6. I don't buy what Wesley's selling here. What if you go bishop b7?
Takes everything on d5.
Takes. Oh, you.
Yeah.
You.
He's selling you. He's leaving you shortchanged.
Yes, he is. Good one. So
it's counterintuitive to take. It truly is
knight.
as black. Like
Black has so many ways to attack this knight, but every one of them seems to succumb to this ED bishop d5 idea.
Yeah, Wesley, man,
What about king
got some
h8?
tricks.
What if you just get the king out of there, permanently prevent bishop takes d5 ideas? Okay, forget about it. The eval bar disagrees. You could also take on e4 and go knight f6 and try to play positionally, by the way. Not ruling that out.
So
Just take it.
What about like takes knight f6, knight d5? Like stick the knight in the way, and
Right.
then there's no tricks.
And white might end up losing that knight. And Nihal, great minds think alike. Queen f3. Wesley figuring out a way. Look at this. Takes bishop b7, and he has d5.
Yeah, like what the hell?
ED5, and I think queen e7. But white is going to be down a pawn, but he is going to be counting his blessings that it's only that.
Yeah, that's basically white basically won the game by getting out of that. Definitely is going to feel good that he's not losing a piece or something here, but Nihal is he's got his chance here.
Whoa,
and
97.
take it.
Oh, I thought that was a blunder for a second. I was like, 97, bishop takes b7, fork. But he can take on
Right,
c1.
right. Now, I think it's not unfair to call it not a blunder, but a pretty serious inaccuracy. I think 94 was like at least up a pawn, but hey, he saw this and he knows he's got a clear edge, kind of risk-free as well.
Oh, for sure. And it's just not easy for Wesley to fully neutralize the pressure on this pawn.
Yeah.
As you know, I always like to indicate who's got control of the square in front of the pawn. It's definitely black. And rook c8 might be a very prudent decision, because after the rooks are traded, white's queen is going to have a direct avenue toward black's queenside pawns.
And you know what? If rook d1, maybe e5 was in the position. I wasn't sure. So I guess rook c8 just like made more sense overall, just kind of more solid.
Yep. Okay, so we have the trade. We have queen c3. And I think this is going to end in a draw. I think that's by
Wesley
far the
did
likeliest
well there.
results.
He really did to get out of that unscathed.
Yeah, that looked that knight on c6. Gosh. Okay, queen d7. Black can do some poking and prodding, but with 20 seconds, if I'm Nihal, I'm taking the draw. Maybe Wesley's playing for a win here.
Yeah, b4. I don't know if it's allowed, being critical of that move, but somehow it feels wrong. Like I'd rather have pawn on b2 and be a bit more solid with my setup here.
Yeah, and Nihal could start getting that knight around, let's say, to f5. And whenever there's a queen and knight combo, I get nervous. But I definitely think Wesley is trying to play very ambitiously here.
What about knight e7? Yeah, your idea. Get to f5.
Knight f6. A queen b7 is possible here. Or you could just drop the queen back to c3. Yeah, we might see a repetition. Yep. And I think a correct decision by both sides there. For Nihal, not worth doing anything crazy with 15 seconds, and for Wesley, ditto.
Right.
Yeah, this one's going to be aborted because we have reached the halfway mark of the 3-minute portion. The score is 8.5 to 6.5. Wesley opening up a 2-point lead. Aman, Nihal has his work cut out for him, but nobody knows what's going to happen. This has been such a close match.
Yeah. Yeah, I know this is Nihal came out of the gates with an amazing game, solid performance. Wesley doing his best not to lose that last one, save the draw, and keeps that lead as we go into the break here.
You're watching the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Stay with us. The rest of the 3-minute portion on the other side of this break. We'll be right back. holiday season is fast approaching, and in most parts of the world, that means colder weather. Make sure to upgrade your winter weather wardrobe with some really nifty new merch from chess.com. Go to go.chess.com/merch. Get yourself one of these delightful sweaters. Amon, I feel like that's a perfect sweater to curl up next to the fireplace, maybe watch the SEC finals with.
Yeah, honestly,
and to go outside.
That's a good call. That's definitely a hot cup of cocoa, fire cackling in the background. SEC
And,
Finals 5, 100%.
Oh, that would be awesome, man. I'm jealous. I'm gonna have to commentate the SEC. Really? I can't sit by the fireplace. Have a fireplace.
Hey, great idea for a new stream setup.
Indeed. Well, the fire is burning for Wesley So. We're watching the first semifinal match of the SEC. Daniel Naroditsky and Amon Hamilton bringing you the coverage halfway through the 3-minute portion. Hard to say. I mean, Wesley definitely has the momentum. I think for Nihal, if he can keep this lead at 2 or below going into the bullet, he will be more or less satisfied.
Yeah, no doubt. And Wesley he's really good at bullet as well. So he's not playing this match the way that, Fabiano might, where he sort of like might appreciate that a guy like MVL is sort of like good in the bullet section, and then Fabiano puts on a show, he survives. I don't think Wesley is even thinking remotely that he might be an underdog. Like, he's very confident in his bullet skills as well.
Yeah. And I saw Wesley practicing quite a bit yesterday. I think he was playing 30 seconds plus 1 second increment, I believe, with Grandmaster Nicholas Theodorou, who's a bullet expert in his own right. So Wesley taking this very seriously, and he's taking this game very seriously, sacking the pawn on E3. And
speaking of bullet, this
jumping
is like
right out.
This is a bullet kind of move.
And I mean, Black can play rook E8, reinforce the attack on the pawn. The question really is, can White consolidate? Can White keep this pawn protected? Not going to pretend that I know what's going on here.
No, I always would take Black in any position that looks remotely like this.
Yeah,
just a preference thing. But I think that's like, is that not the case for every chess player ever? Like, you just always want to be Black in these positions, and then sometimes you're just forced into it as White.
Right, and I think there's also a psychological effect, because when you're playing White, you don't really expect to be under this kind of pressure. So even if it's objectively not that bad, you feel like you feel psychologically and emotionally like you're on the defensive already, which you are, of course.
Yeah,
and
it's tough. So easy for Black to play.
Yeah, White needs to create some kind of fireworks, something somewhere on the board, maybe A4 and bishop A3, although that's kind of a one-move gimmicky threat, but okay, there it is. And bishop A3 and knight B5.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, one-move threat, then another one-move threat, and before you know it, you've got an initiative.
That's 2 threats and 2 moves, man. Jeez.
I know.
Good average.
I can see 3 threats and 3 moves. That is a good pace, isn't it?
Yeah, A6, speaking to your threats and your
what
ideas.
About H5, bishop H6. Ooh, bishop A3 almost traps the queen. The queen has 1 square.
Yeah, it's like the classic end to every Scooby-Doo episode. Wouldn't have got away with it. It wasn't for you meddling kids. Bishop A3 trapped the queen. It's not for this legal move.
Not for the machinations of your nosy explorations. And back to E7, Wesley. Let's see if he repeats it. He will.
Wow.
Old school. That is old school so. Right there. Black, you playing Black, maybe slightly better, but hey, Wesley's confident in his White repertoire. He's been doing so well in these Rai Lopez and Italian positions. I get it.
Yeah, that's the thing. He doesn't need to impress anyone with the Black pieces. Things are going well for him in the match, and he's looking to keep the ship sailing the way it is right now. Don't need to rock the boat.
Okay, so one of these, again, very old school position. Queen F3, I think, is the move here. And then White's idea is to go E5 and expose the attack on C6. So rook E8, for example, and then White generally goes E5. Okay, here, knight F5. Yeah, White's slightly better in these positions. Undoubtedly.
Yeah, this looks great. Knight D7 and bishop F6, or how? I think how Black would play. Maybe queen D7.
Yeah, and maybe at some point C6, although you have to be very careful not to prematurely weaken the D6 pawn, given that White can, yes, play bishop F3. Bishop c1 to f3. Okay,
Interesting.
Wesley
I
deciding
almost-
where to put the bishop, I think.
Yeah, I was actually about to say the very move that was played. I was thinking maybe b3 and even bishop b2 kind of makes a decent impression compared to bishop f4, bishop e3, the more standard moves where they're just biting against those pawns.
Agreed. I like b3. Very flexible. And knight d7 could, of course, be met with knight d5 as well as just bishop b2. Hard to decide on a particular.
Would you rather be stuck in a middle game position here, or would you be interested in something like knight d7, knight d5, bishop f6, knight takes, queen takes,
Oops.
and then yeah, you get your end game, but it's obviously bishop against knight, and your pawns are doubled.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I feel like I would like to keep the queens on the board.
Right.
But I don't know if I would have done it like that, because now Wesley kind of pump faked him, right? He played b3. Okay, I want to fianchetto the bishop. Just kidding. I'm going out to g5. I didn't sign any contracts.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it, because Nihal was planning to go bishop b2, g6, and bishop g7. Like, haha, you know, I got a nice bishop as well. But now you can't do that.
Nihal just seems, you know, it might be fatigue. We'll definitely ask him about that. I know he's playing a tournament, and it's never easy to play an SEC match during a tournament. But it just seems like some of his decision making has been less than optimal. Can he stabilize things in these last pivotal 20 minutes of the 3-minute portion? Wesley going after him here, e5.
Gotta take it.
Black's position starts to crumble.
And you know what it is? It's takes and rook d1. Bishop d6.
Right. Queen c8 is a nice move. Wesley could trade and go rook takes e5 with obviously good winning chances in the endgame and absolutely risk-free.
Yeah, it's like you say that as if you're ready to present another option. Like, he could do this, which is like an amazing, really good move with fantastic winning.
You want to see something funny? Queen takes e5, bishop d6 literally traps the queen. There's no squares.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever really seen that before. Right in the middle of the board with so many open lines.
Exactly. Okay, Nihal going c4, aiming for activity, trying to open up the bishop at the cost of a pawn. Okay. You need some of that defensive magic here.
Yeah, I like this because it looks like the outlook is bishop takes f6, trade everything, better knight against bishop endgame. That's the weather forecast, and it's looking very nice for Wesley.
Yeah, this is not the best pawn. I've seen better pawn structures. And for that reason, h6 is a great move. Trying to meet bishop h4 simply with g5, banishing the bishop from...
I'm surprised by h6, because I would take on f6 immediately, and then I feel like I got my move king f1 for free, and I basically got the same endgame.
I thought you were talking about specifically the endgame after bishop b4, bishop takes f6. I feel like if Black's kingside pawn structure is intact, then I'm not sure I agree that it's so easily winning for White. Although I guess that's not what you're saying.
Well, I said it was a better knight against bishop.
Right. I'm misquoting you. Yeah. When did that become a completely winning, Daniel?
Yeah, Hamilton claims endgame with equal valuation. It's
right.
winning.
Breaking news. Yeah, exactly. Alleged grandmaster of chess, claims that position with 0.9 evaluation is winning. Committee meets to decide future of grandmaster title. Canadian Chess Federation is convening at this very moment.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, the funny thing is, okay, BC, White is up a pawn, but you've got this symmetry that makes it very hard for White, well nigh impossible, to create a passed pawn. And if Black can cover all of the infiltration squares, which Nihal can do by playing c6 at some point, I think he's in decent shape to make a draw here.
Right.
But Wesley is so good at squeezing these endgames.
He is, and look at the time. He's got the time to do it.
Yeah, he does.
Wesley actually made the decision to take the pawn on c4 very quickly. I was giving some reasonable thought to not capturing it.
I agree, because then you would have preserved the intactness of your pawn structure.
The integrity of the position.
The integrity of the position must have been preserved. Now, Nihal activating his king.
Maybe c3 and go king c2, b3, a4.
Maybe f4. Yeah, he plays f4, takes in king e4. I don't know. That's very risky, though, giving black the
Yeah.
opportunity for an outside passer.
That looks wrong.
Knight c3. Maybe knight d1, knight f2.
Exactly. That's definitely what he's going to do. Just force the issue.
And eventually, if black goes g3, now you can get the knight back to f3, tie down the bishop, and then start doing something like walking the king around to the other direction.
Knight g2 attacks and defends.
Yeah, but now bishop. Okay. I thought Nihal would choose the right moment to go bishop d6. I would go back to e6.
So one of the reasons I wanted the knight on g2 was that you could go knight e3 in one move.
Yeah. Ooh. But now look what happened.
He's gotten a better version, though. I think he could have had this with the bishop stuck on f6. Then you could go knight e3, f5 at will.
Not only that, Aman, but white literally cannot move his knight. And Wesley is now relying entirely on his king. And the king is unable to make progress.
Yeah, there's nothing to do here.
And if you go back to c2, then black is going to go down to a4, a3, and black might win.
No, this is going to be a draw for sure. But I think if Wesley put his knight on g2 initially,
agreed,
some chances.
I don't understand why he dilly-dallied here. Just put it on g2, tie down black's bishop, as you said, and now start walking the king around. Yeah, draw. Draw. And another big, I would call that a save. I think Nihal was definitely on the cusp of being lost. Can he strike with the white pieces?
He's got the he's going into the b3 wheelhouse.
Oh
here.
yeah. And of course, I think by now a well-known chessable series by his compatriot Adiban, which I have used extensively, I will admit. Excellent work. And Adiban actually recommends this kind of c4 move at various points, whereas the traditional way of playing 1p3 is to play it with, sometimes without c4.
Exactly.
But it's, of course, a very, very risky opening all the same.
Yeah, I mean, you misplay these lines, and white goes knight takes g7 and basically checkmates you, and you're like, what the hell?
Yeah,
Is happening?
g7, queen g4, yeah. No, I can proudly say that I used the course to successfully to defeat Lai Kwang Lim in the AIM chess tournament. I did lose to a wonder, but let's not talk about that.
Oh, we talk
I only talk about my
courses.
Yeah, exactly.
Another really nice idea, very popular, or rather very common in this line, is bishop takes f6, followed by knight c3. So you get rid of your bishop, then develop the knight in front of it, and the e4 pawn starts to become very loose.
Yeah, this pawn is both a strength. It's a classic example of both a strength and a weakness, right? Inherently, it's a strength because it clamps down on white's position. But as you said, white can essentially aim at it with all sorts of pieces.
Yeah. And if you think about the structure here, it's actually the exact same as one of the games we witnessed earlier from the black side, where I was saying it looks like a Taimanov. So you have this bishop on c3, you're going to play b4, queen c2, queen b2, and you're actually probably going to play it in the exact same way. So it'd be interesting to see how Wesley now handles this position from the black side.
Yeah, and bishop d6, bishop b5 comes to mind precisely to neutralize the idea you're proposing. And sometimes the move f4 is not out of the question in these types of positions. Very risky, but you're trying to provoke en passant and get that f file open.
Yeah,
I think Nihal might be seriously considering it.
I think so. You can play a pretty fun looking position like takes bishop e5, capture on e5, and just castle for white.
Castle, go for d4, e4. There it is.
Nice. I like this move. And if you don't take it, it's very you can see how your position gets very bad as black if you don't take it, because you only have one move, guys. Remember, when en passant is you have to decide right then and there. There's no going back.
Yeah, for a second, I was going to propose the amazing idea: takes 94, a forking. Yes, but this, of course, in Tilburg, Geller missed the checkmate in one, quite in this fashion, against Leonid Stein.
Oh yeah, it really reminds me. Gasser brought out some of the craziest names recently, and you brought this up before, but every person who's been featured in a Gasser Serwan story has an outlandish name, a made up name, if you will.
Right.
Just crazy names.
Yeah. And those obscure grandmasters from like the 70s in Lone Pine. They all Svetozar Gligorik. Svetozar Gligorik.
Your name is maybe going to be one of the Naroditsky. You know, that's going to go down in one of Yasser's stories one day.
I would be absolutely honored. I have some good Yasser stories. I had the honor of training with him for a couple of days, and I was in St. Louis 5 or 6 years ago.
That's
and
awesome.
He was. I remember the one story I like to tell is the first night we were analyzing. We mostly focused on openings, and at about 10 p.m. Right, I'm kind of tired. I wouldn't really mind going to bed. Yasser gets up from the desk. Okay, we're done going to bed. We're going to the store. Store? Chocolate. We're buying chocolate. We went to the store. We got about 5 or 6 bars of chocolate, dark milk. We come back and we probably analyze until 3 a.m. Let's just say that I think 1 bar remained for breakfast till the following day. But yeah, that kind of night. Yasser is a big chocolate person, and it doesn't get any more wholesome than that.
So you're suggesting, so people know, you want to get on Yasser's good side, man. A bar of chocolate wouldn't hurt.
Nice, fancy, yep.
There you go. That's a good pro tip.
Indeed.
It's going to be all these people at the St. Louis Chess Club with chocolate bars.
Right, now there's going to be a shortage of chocolate in St. Louis. Supply chain issues brought on solely by Yasser Seirawan. In the meantime, we have kind of a predictable position where white has this isolated pawn on d4, but a lot of pressure down the ENF files. Can white convert anything, make anything of that pressure? Queen takes d4 is not a threat, by the way, due to knight f5, even immediately. But Nihal kind of going for the bailout here.
Yeah, he should take on d4. You can also play knight takes e4, but queen takes d4 is so hard to refuse as black, I would think.
Yep, and we have a general petering out, a general swithering out. Applause, please, audience.
Come on, he's full time, by the way, guys.
Right, I don't hear any applause. Frankly, this is insulting. And I guess we're going to see a draw here, although double rook endgames, anything can happen. Rook f4. If I had to choose a side, I would probably take white. What do you think?
I think after the pawn has got to e4, I understand that a bit more. As black, I was planning to sack that e-pawn way back on e6, so...
Wait a second, no extra pawn. Of course, this is a draw because black simply, all he needs to do is trade the b pawn for the a pawn, and the 2-on-1 is one of the easiest pawn down endgames to draw.
But Nihal, you know, he's making a statement here with his extra pawn.
No, it feels good having some fun. Oh my goodness, Wesley flutters a5.
That's elementary.
And it's more than a statement.
That is elementary, unfortunately.
That is killer, absolutely killer. And it might actually still be close to a draw. But if Nihal manages to win this...
Oh no, but now you play rook g5, g3, and king over.
Oh, and the king just walks on over.
Easily winning.
Slouching toward Bethlehem, and Wesley resigns.
Huge blunder. For
what an insane... Situation. And Wesley, no need to play that quickly, Aman. He had 20 seconds on the clock. He has to be aware that these tricks, they're ever present in the endgame. Kudos, of course, Nihal squeezing every opportunity and bringing this match to within a point. Huge win.
Yeah, he got that extra pawn out of nowhere. Like, Nihal, I thought it was just going to be draw, like trade pawn for pawn, but he found a sneaky way to get an extra pawn, and that's the step in the right direction. Like, Wesley's not making that blunder if that doesn't happen. So Nihal does that, he shuffles a bit, and he sort of builds up Wesley into this false sense of security, like, hey, there's nothing wrong, it's just gonna be shuffling draw, and then of course he has one last trick at the end. Yeah,
that's time scrambling 101. It's what you said is exactly true. The false sense of security. That's where the overly reckless pre-moves start, because you feel like your opponent's never going to do anything, and it is the job of the truly masterful bullet player category that Nihal belongs to sense exactly the moment when you have succeeded in lulling your opponent to sleep, and that's where you create the threat. Okay, this reminds me. This gives me big time Carlsen Nepo vibes.
Yeah,
This is like
it's just
major
big world championship vibes.
Oh yeah. But Wesley clearly bishop c8 is not a good sign. I mean, he's lost the tempo on that move. White has the A file.
Yeah, Wesley's e4 games have been tremendous for him.
They have.
He needs to keep playing them, that's for sure.
I mean, it's almost like he did an E4 course.
Yeah, I get that. And it's almost like he doesn't tilt either. And
Nope.
he just lost an absolutely brutal game, and here he is playing tremendously as white right afterwards.
He really is like basically impervious to tilt. Probably more so than anyone I've seen.
Because he still benefits from momentum. So it's like you benefit from the momentum, but you don't like tilt. It's crazy. It's the best of both worlds.
I don't understand it. So 92 knight g3 is the traditional idea. Okay, now the plan that I see most commonly is c3 d4, trying to basically go after these weak pawns and break open the pawn shell.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Queen A4.
That is a nasty move.
Yep. This is nice. Gotta trade.
Another positional masterpiece in the making here. D4 looking mighty tempting.
They were waiting to see D4. We might see knight D8, knight F7 by black, which is just nice to get the knight out of the way. And knight F7 still covers the center, and your queen no longer has to protect the knight.
Okay, Nihal saying, you know what? You're not going to play D4. I'm playing D5. This weakens E5, but changes the course of the game a little bit.
I don't know how I feel about it. I feel like maybe it's just not my style to go D5 because it's definitely a fine move, but very loose position now. E5 pawn constantly needs attention, and black's even infiltrating with rook B3 now.
And at first I was skeptical. I thought something like queen A4, very loosey-goosey, but that queen on D7 is holding the knight and controlling a lot of these squares in the center. But still, black's position is so precarious here.
Yeah, it really is. King H7.
No. Wait, is there knight D4?
This is a
I think there's knight
move,
D4.
and it just looks good. There's no... You're just going to have double pawns at the end, which is advantage.
Yeah, white's worse. Oh, Nihal missing a big chance there.
I can't believe both players didn't see that.
Yeah, let me just very, very quickly. Knight D4. The queen hangs. This is this is as old as the hills, this idea. Knight takes D7. Black is better in the endgame.
Always a good tactic to be on the lookout for. It'll pay dividends for you.
And now Wesley choosing the moment to strike with D4, precisely at the moment where black's rook is kind of offsides. He tries to open up the position.
Yeah, I'm liking the way Wesley has been playing this. Position's getting loose. Nihal, if he ever takes on E4, I think he's just worse very clearly after knight takes. So tough decision. If he takes on D4, C takes D4, and the whole C file is open. So I don't think he can do anything. He sort of has to sit there and... Ooh.
Yeah, he goes for this. So he wants queen takes C7, takes, and maybe D takes C4 there.
Wow.
Great presence of mind.
What about
Bishop D6?
Yeah, and then check and take on E4, and my rook covers C1.
Oh,
right?
rook is covering C1. Yeah,
that's amazing.
And of course, we're going to liquidate into another weird endgame.
Yeah.
I think Nihal has done a phenomenal job here. He is definitely closer to a draw, given his blockade of the D5 square, than white is to a win.
Agreed.
And we will have one more game after this one.
Yeah, the 3+1 portion has been definitely in Wesley's favor here, but only slightly as Nihal just came back and won an important game, one that Wesley gave up.
Well, if Wesley wins this one and then the next one ends in a draw, you know what that means for our Smarter Chef's prediction.
Yeah, it's
much as I hate to say it.
It's a little ridiculous how much he's right.
So how is white going to make progress here? Maybe plant the knight on F5. Maybe play H5, although that is quite committal. Yeah, but now Nihal's going to put the rook on D7.
Black's coming with rook D7 for sure.
Yeah. I don't see how you shake.
No,
Shake
you
the
gotta,
blockade.
knight d5, king e4. If knight back to f6, then king d3, and I think you're improving slightly.
Well, slowly but surely, yeah. But maybe king e4, king e6.
Right.
This idea of going, okay, knight f6, I think is a little. I agree. Now the king will swing over to c4.
Bishop
And
f4. Now there is a rook
poking and
c6
threading.
check. Bishop e5, rook c6.
Yeah, this is annoying.
I think it's annoying. The king goes to e4 and f4 happens.
Yeah.
I think Nihal's in trouble.
Wesley somehow, and not doing exactly what Nihal did in the previous game, but I feel like you can just sense the determination from Wesley. He wants to convert this endgame. Okay, rook somewhere, rook a5,
Rook a5,
maybe?
exactly.
7 seconds, time is fading. And now the
E5.
d pawn, king f5. As long as Wesley doesn't blunder a fork, this should be a pretty straightforward win at this point.
This is a
Rook
beautiful
h6.
game so far.
Yes, it is. f4, not giving up a single pawn.
Too good. Rook h6 or king f5 to e4.
Yeah, I would just go rook h6, rook h7. Nihal, of course, not giving up. As long as there's a knight, there's a chance.
Hey, seriously. Rook c7 though is it's really gonna look to end those chances. But yeah, f5 is good
Push
enough.
the pawn, f6. No danger whatsoever. Rook c3, knight f4, king f6, knight d5.
Yeah, exactly. Find the pitfalls.
King e7, and look at how the knight is totally dominated by.
I think
the
rook
bishop.
d3 would have been a little more accurate there.
Okay.
Nice.
And
Wow.
another positional masterpiece in Ray Lopez. How many of these has he played today?
It's just ridiculous to be able to lose a game with the most elementary of blunders in a drawn rook endgame and come back and just play a measured, solid game like that. It's so impressive.
Yeah, and in my opinion, yeah, Nihal has to find a way not to lose this game. And if so, this is what I said when we went into the halftime. I thought if he could keep it within 2 points, that makes the bullet extremely close. I think he's a slight favorite.
Mm-hmm.
If he loses this game, and Hikaru even pointed this out, there's that weird unspoken border between a 2-point lead, okay, just 2 games and you're tied again, and a 3-point lead. Sounds completely different. This is very important. We have a Catalan. This line with c6 is extremely fashionable.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop g6 here is the move.
Front.
And I think the line goes like bishop g6, and white either has knight h4 or knight e5.
And you can play bishop f3 as well sometimes. Like, I know it looks really weird, but you like give up your bishop, play rook c8, just go like super, super solid.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to end up giving his bishop away anyway. And
yeah, that's right.
One could even say that this slightly damages black's pawn structure.
Yeah, well, in hindsight now, I think maybe I would have played bishop f3.
Right. I changed my mind. Put the pawn back in h7.
Exactly. You cool with that, man? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you are. Of course. You're not going to be, gatekeeper. Force me to. Bishop g5, Nihal putting the pressure here. e4 is always should be considered, but can also end up being premature. Takes open the A file. h4 maybe, just like slowly improve position.
Was looking at h4, and if you go something like rook a8, maybe takes knight b5. So it's like, I'm not sure if it's good, but it looks like something you might go for.
Boom, boom, boom. And here, and get this, if the queen moves back to defend the rook, misdirection, bishop takes d7 and the bishop
That's
hangs.
awesome. Yeah.
Another pump fake. I'm taking the rook. I'm taking the rook. Right? I'm taking the rook. No, I'm not taking the bishop. Taking the knight. And Nihal, h4 on the board. d4. That was just a cash line.
Yeah,
that line was cash money. Ring up the register.
Yeah, b4 is definitely it's registering with me is a pretty good move there for black. Getting out of my line with rook a8. If it prevents my amazing suggestion, then it's got to be
right. That's express purpose of that move. Knight f6. Now Wesley has to be very careful, but he's gotten c5 in. And it seems to me that he's freeing himself. And even c4 followed by c3 can be a very nasty idea. And if Nihal takes it, there's like concrete problems. f2 is hanging. The queen is x-rayed. You might have to go for this. Ugh. A little bit ugly.
That looks wrong on so many levels.
Right.
And it's hard to recommend a move.
Yeah, it is. I don't see what to do. Because you're kind of darned if you do, darned if you don't.
Queen c4?
Put the queen, but CD?
Oh,
and a queen a6 or something.
Bishop c5. Yeah, no, initially I was going to blunder bishop c5, so then that just falls right into it. But yeah, maybe queen a6 somehow surviving.
Rook a6, yeah. No, you were just testing me to see if I saw CD. And
Yeah,
look at the time situation.
Maybe I'm
40
playing
seconds.
bishop f6.
You listen to the voice of wisdom.
Yeah, I mean, what can I say? You know, even my blunders are tremendous moves.
He is the most interesting man in the world. Even his blunders get 2 exclamation points.
Rook a6 was my secondary choice.
He's so good at chess that even when he blunders his queen, his opponents resign out of respect.
Exactly, like the story that you've told before.
Right. Oh yeah. In the famous movie, The 12 Chairs.
Yep.
Yeah. That resign now to save face. Yeah, and then there's the famous follow-up scene where Bender, the con man who pretends to be a GM, he steals a rook from one of the boards, right? Because he knows he's about to get exposed, and they find out, and there's a famous line, "Give me back my rook," and then they start chasing him through the entire city as he escapes
with a rook,
with the rook in his pocket, yeah, and mayhem ensues. Mayhem ensues here. White is still down a pawn, but clearly Nihal's got a lot of piece activity. Will it amount to anything?
So king f8 or bishop f8? I don't know. Bishop f8, let's say. And the move that's concerning is rook c2, because now black's pawns are all defended. b4, b4, both protected. Rook c2 kind of looks like an issue.
Bishop c5. I think he's cooking up tricks like this, trying to go for a discovery.
Ooh, that's pretty fun, yeah.
But rook c7, d3, white has bishop e3.
Wow.
And this could backfire.
Yeah, who's pinned to who?
Right, exactly.
What?
Pins are a very double-sided creature. Wesley definitely missed that. He's missed bishop e3. Nihal might win this game.
He did, because, I mean, isn't it kind of like if someone plays rook c7, like Nihal, that quickly, you got to feel like you got to double check d3, right? Like it's too obvious.
And one of Nihal's strengths here is he just, clearly some of the fatigue showing. Rook takes d8 and bishop e2. Wesley with a complete collapser. Wait, how does Nihal win this?
That's amazing, right?
This is an incredible idea, but this is completely winning. Rook is coming to c8. Exquisite technique with 10 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, it's just unbelievable. But Nihal, once again, so good. And he's going to play rook c8. He's going to win that. And the knight on f6 is dominated.
He just doesn't trust anybody. He checks all these lines. He calls bluffs, and to turn this game around down upon in time pressure once again. And rook d1, the hammer blow trapping the queen.
Wow.
My goodness, what a game.
That is
what an
sweet.
end.
There's no other way it could have happened, right? Because you just can't avoid that. If you stop rook d1, then you'd lose to rook c8 and bishop c5.
If anybody has any evening plans, any morning plans, whatever time it is, wherever you are, pause those plans for another 30 minutes, because you will not want to miss the final decisive bullet segment. Wesley So leads Nihal Sarin by just 1 point. We will let the players catch their breaths. You are watching the semifinals of the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We will be back in just a few with the bullet.
How many brilliant moves have you played? When do you play your best chess? How many games have you won by castling in the endgame? How many opponents have you played from New Zealand? And most importantly of all, how many Botez gambits has Alexandra Botez played? Find the answers to all of these questions and many, many more at chess.com/insights. Our new tool that lets you dive deep into all of the fun and instructive data behind your chess. Try it today.
That was a look at the spiffy new Insights feature. Make sure to check out your own stats by going over to chess.com/insights. All sorts of fun stuff to be found there. And as we review our 3 insights for this match, I'm on back to the accuracy. Castling in the opening, not sure if that's been relevant. What is relevant, it's Tuesday for Nihal Sarin. So the stage is set for a crazy bullet playoff. The most tenuous of leads, 1 point separates Wesley So from Nihal Sarin. Do I have to say, do we have to look at the Smarter Chess prediction? Mr. Producer,
it's crazy.
We have to.
He truly is.
But he was right.
So bang
making
on
me look
so
bad.
Far. And I do think Nihal is favored in the bullet. The question is to what degree and how many games will they play? I feel like they've been playing some pretty long games, a lot of time pressure. So if there's less games overall that go like the distance, then that probably favors Wesley as he has that 1 point lead.
Yeah, and I mean, in our experience, these bullet segments, they can take, one of 2 paths. Sometimes you see one player simply pull away 3, 4, 5 games in a row to start. Sometimes, as in report Sarana, you see a back and forth. Now, I think a lot of people need to realize that Wesley is no bullet slouch. He proved that against Fabi. He's a lot more experienced than people realize. He plays bullet pretty often on chess.com, and he's not slow. I've even played some 30-second with him. He can adjust, and he will adjust to the constraints. But Nihal is definitely, in my book, top 5 bullet, and this is his time control to shine. Here we go. Seat belts fastened and mandatory. Wesley with the white pieces. Oh. Okay. Catalan.
D4. So he decided to start with D4, which is interesting.
And this time Nihal on the black side of a Catalan. In a fashionable line here with B4 and knight D5. This has been around for a very long time. Very precarious for black. With this diagonal. Not sure about this from a bullet standpoint, but Nihal has this analyzed. Rook C8.
Must, because it looks so optically strange. This
but
knight
after
D5, giving it up.
But after Rook C8, I feel like if he can open up that C file, White's queen is going to end up in some trouble.
Definitely.
Taking his time here.
It does look
Will
really
Wesley
strong.
grab? Will Wesley grab D5? No, he plays Bishop H3, trying to freeze the knight.
Interesting. It's kind of a clever-looking move.
It is hard to deal with. And Nihal down to 30 seconds. Look at the time disparity. 30-second advantage for Wesley. But we all know that Nihal is not afraid of having 1 second on his clock. I don't know what he's doing here. What is Black supposed to do? Yeah, but that's a bad sign. Rook D1, Wesley starting to consolidate, and he's 2 pawns up. 40 seconds up on the clock.
There's all sorts of tricks that you can try here.
That's
didn't think that was the one.
D6, E4, that's an important move. Bishop takes D7, queen takes C5 though. Nihal deciding to defend the knight instead. Still not over.
No, because look at the queen side for Wesley. It's not developed, and there's going to be like a knight E5 or some kind of crazy move appearing soon.
Yeah, knight E5, bishop takes C5, and there's going to be a queen G4 check at the end. I like that move. Rook C7, unpinning the knight, preparing knight takes C5.
Finally, he gets it.
Bishop E5 with tempo. Bishop
Knight
D6.
takes E4, is it playable?
Oh, knight D3 is an amazing move, hitting the queen. And after queen takes C6, you recapture with the rook, and black takes over the initiative.
Yeah, this is awesome. You have the knight on D3 strangling the position. Knight takes E5. I would go for that.
While continuing to press, but his pieces are so precarious, Aman. Although E4 is hanging, who's better here? I don't even know anymore.
I would take black, I feel like, in one of these games for sure. Knight takes E5, trade rooks. Bishop comes to C5.
Oh, look at that idea by Wesley, 91.
That's huge.
Beating back the initiative. Can he defend this pawn? He attacks a7 instead. Oh, and that's not a... Oh, and he gives up the bishop. F3.
F3. It's over.
Wins the bishop.
No.
And I think Nihal simply forgot that his bishops were aligned.
Yep. 2 seconds will do that to you, though. It's hard to play perfect.
And this is an elementary win. The only thing Wesley should avoid, is a pin. And he wins the first game, extending his lead to 2.
Right.
Oh, what a game. Okay, Nihal playing one of these knight f3, b3 lines that he knows quite well. And getting a really nice position out of the opening. That black king on g7. Look at white's rooks. This was a perfectly chosen bullet line as he tries to strike back before this lead mushrooms too far.
Yeah, queen b8 is kind of a peculiar move. Tricks everywhere now, though. a6, rook takes d7, watch out.
Whoop. And Wesley defending it with bishop c6, but that bishop can be attacked.
Oh, hang
on.
And
if bishop b7,
then you have fun again. Yeah.
This has to be winning for white. Takes on c6, and then either rook c1 and knight d4.
a6 or something.
Bishop b5, aiming for c6, threatening the knight.
Pressure, you gotta play rook d8. Yeah.
Oh, and he moves that same rook, which could have been pinned.
Exactly. And now queen c7.
Bishop takes d7, though. And rook takes d7. And because of the back rake, black saves the piece.
Wow.
Oh, that's very questionable.
Okay. There's
that
stuff
was
hanging everywhere now. Knight c5.
That was an emotional move by Nihal.
Yep.
But still, knight e5 is an excellent follow-up to that, defending the bishop and the pawn.
What a move.
Now Wesley's turn to get low on the clock. h4. Nope. Dropping his bishop back.
This is good for Wesley, I feel like, though. Like, the more pieces, the more clarity you get in this position, the happier you are as black.
Especially given the time advantage for white. a5 stopping b4. A little bit of a truce, both players improving their position.
Yeah, I thought he would play h4. Like, I thought he was really committed to that whole full send over there.
Why would you ever think that? It's not that he played g4 when his king was there.
Yeah, it looks pretty solid to me. Passive.
Fishing for a good square for the knight, but watch for knight d3.
Yeah,
that's
on
the
the horizon.
e5 as well.
Looks very scary.
Seems like Wesley's in control here, even if the position objectively is not clear.
I agree with
that. I think
that.
Nihal's in big, big trouble.
e5 is almost more concerning than knight d3. Oh, wow. It just holds together here, doesn't it? e5, knight f3.
Nihal, so good at contorting his pieces to hold all the key squares. Does he take the knight on h5? That's a double-sided sword. The g file opens up. He goes knight f3 instead. b4 striking at the queen side. The position looks pretty balanced. Although white's king is a little bit weaker, and in bullet, that's what's important.
Queen
b5, maybe? Uh-oh.
Knight d5. Just
fork.
Simple fork.
And even rook d2, I think, was winning there.
Knight g5.
No, this is
a great move. Yeah, sorry. This is just forcing
trade. Now e5 or no. Okay, Wesley giving himself a little time cushion. He's going to infiltrate to d2, and this is completely winning. Don't repeat by accident. Queen takes. No.
Now knight e4 is crashing.
And another fork. And this one is decisive.
Queen takes f2.
With mate.
It's like tempting, but so much worse.
Amazing 2 games by Wesley. The lead is up to 3. Nihal has to win this game. This is what I was talking about, right? This is the moment when you decide whether one guy pulls away or the other manages to strike at precisely the latest possible moment.
Yeah, agreed. Definitely, I think that the speed of these games right now kind of bodes well that there will be a lot of them.
Whoa, queen takes e4. Queen takes e4 is winning for black. And Nihal sees it. Amazing move. Queen takes h8, king e7. Both players take both of the rooks, and black is going to add up a piece. Nihal's going to win this game. Amazing sequence. Wesley playing way too fast in the opening, and Nihal punishing him immediately. This is just what the doctor ordered for Nihal, and this is what a sequence I'm on. Queen A8
takes H8 and every rook disappears. Very cute.
Wesley was also much, much better at the opening. I have no idea why he all of a sudden started to force all these trades.
Right.
And still some technique required as Wesley's queen running amok there.
Yeah, more than required. It's in a little, yeah.
Excellent, 97. Nihal, again, the knight is a defender, Ramon. You called it.
Best. Yeah, it's just
Controlling
covering everything that's needed. And Queen F5. That's the plan.
Yes, it is. G4 stopping Queen F5.
Yeah, but
Wesley
Queen D1 has the idea Queen D5 check, which is why King G3 was played.
Gosh, Wesley's surviving this, but not for long.
Yeah, 43 seconds is too much time for a guy like me.
By a couple of seconds.
Queen D5, pressure.
But no need to resign yet. Wesley can bleed a good amount of time off the clock if he wants to. On the other hand, 21 minutes remaining. You can't even speak about bleeding a significant amount.
I feel like it's early enough that I might consider resigning because I'm not sure, am I going to need that time or is my opponent?
Exactly. And a huge win for Nihal.
Yeah, C5. Okay, King gets up there, C4. And I think at this point you can just commit to the C pawn train, basically. Leave the knight on E7 and just go C3, right. C2, C1.
That knight has been on E7 for a long time. It's just so ideally placed next to the king.
Yeah.
And gosh, Nihal just needs to throw that C pawn down the board at some point.
Really.
Queen B3.
Nice.
Well done. And a crucial win at a crucial moment.
No stalemate tricks.
Wesley has gone the route of bleeding the clock.
Mm-hmm.
And, he's managed to bring this down to 20. Just don't stalemate. Nihal's not going to use his knight. See, that's a very wise bullet trick. That's an old man's trick. Don't use any unnecessary pieces because that increases the chance of stalemate.
Definitely. You only need the queen and king to mate.
And by the way, I always say this, but when you're talking about the bullet segment not resigning, you can't really talk about unsportsmanlike or ethical. This is a match. They're doing what they can, and it's a completely legitimate strategy. Yeah, Wesley is the last guy I would ever accuse of being unsportsmanlike.
Yeah, exactly. It's true. So even if he is feeling like being a little unsportsmanlike, he's got a few get out of jail free tokens to use.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Look at Nihal's clock, 106, and he's got the two bishops. He's got a good position. I think that win gave him a lot of confidence. Let's see if he can carry it forward and build on that momentum. He's slightly better here.
Yeah, slightly better, but I feel like in bullet, the knight is worth so much that I just think that it's around equal. I would probably take black.
Yeah, given the potential for forks.
Just such a strong piece. And you can always put your pawns in the opposite color of the bishop type of thing and just get such a solid position.
And that's exactly what he's doing. Look at how he put the pawns on the dark squares where they're totally inaccessible to the white bishop. You're right. I think this looks visually appealing for white, but I don't see a clear path forward for Nihal.
Takes something like king f8, queen d6, knight g8, knight f6. I just think black does well here.
Takes b4. Okay, e4. Nihal, of course, would love to find a way to win that pawn. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen. Unfortunately for him,
it's impossible. That's the problem.
Impossible. Yeah, knight c6. And I would seriously consider repeating moves here with white.
And I would never repeat them as black, even though it looks like Wesley might do that.
Yep. Okay.
It's funny
good thing he didn't play knight f5.
Wesley is the one who's repeating, and Nihal said no. Whereas you and I were just saying we would do the exact opposite.
We were doing the opposite. Yeah. No, white is in a little bit of trouble here. That queen. Okay, queen f6. And was g5 a little bit overzealous by Wesley? I think he has to play gh.
Knight e4 and queen c2 though looks frightening as well.
h6, queen c2, queen h5. But white is tied down hand and foot there. Let's see what Wesley has in mind.
Queen f5 is also a move. Yeah, queen h5 here.
Very important resource. Okay, I think you have to take. You can also take with a queen, but takes with a pawn. Ooh.
Okay, well,
Oh,
yeah, if
bishop
you
F3.
imbalance, then you're happy.
Bishop F3, knight C5 saves the queen.
That's right.
I'm quite happy here with white because this H-pawn is a clear path forward. The king is weak. And look at that queen on F4 lording over everything, defending F2. But Wesley activating his own queen.
Bishop H5, yeah.
This is so sharp. Maybe bishop G6.
But as white, you're happy with this H-pawn, I feel like. Are we going to see a real race?
Yes, we are. Queen E5.
King H6.
Ooh, the king somehow sidestepping and going to G5.
Yeah, I mean, you're pretty safe up there. Don't forget F2's hanging.
I think it might be time to take that repetition after all, but no, Nihal finding a way to prolong the game with bishop E8. Oh, bishop takes B5, Wesley blow to the pawn.
Yeah, it's just a pawn.
Queen H6 wins the night.
The wheels are falling off.
Oh, the wheels literally just came off.
Yeah,
what a
G6,
gutsy, gutsy decision by Nihal.
It's going to pay off.
Yes, it will. Wesley's going to lose on time. The lead has shrunk to 1.
Yeah.
2 huge wins in a row by Nihal. And this is an absolutely pivotal game as they repeat their opening from the previous game.
Yeah, this went well initially for Wesley, but then Nihal, like out of nowhere, found the tactics.
Yeah, but this was a bad position. I really don't like Nihal repeating this because DC and
knight D5.
If Wesley just needs to not rush in this position, he needs to take 3-4 seconds for a couple of moves. But man, this is so dangerous for Black. Maybe that's Nihal's strategy, is just provoking Wesley into using a lot of time. Makes sense as well.
Interesting. I actually really like Black's game here.
Do you now? Bishop takes C4? What say you?
Bishop, yeah, maybe bishop E4 and like queen C. I was gonna say queen C5, but that's a snack on B7 that you could eat.
Love the move King F8, Nihal, prioritizing king safety, which in bullet is absolutely crucial. And I agree. I think
good point.
Black is probably slightly worse, but the worst is behind him.
Right. E3 is a great move.
Defending
at some
D4.
point, you probably need to play F6. Maybe not the nicest looking move, but if the rooks start trading on the D file, your queen, you don't want it stuck to the E5 pawn.
Yeah, Wesley preparing expansion on the queen side, although that could, of course, backfire. Nihal trading. And here comes the passer.
Yeah, queen D1.
Here comes the activity. Important moment, B5. Shutting down the queen side for the time being. I would trade everything and go knight E7. Trade everything and go knight E7, knight C6. I think Black is in fine shape there.
Wow, and the knight is actually unable to defend the B pawn.
Right, White might have to think about bailing out there somehow by going for Black's B pawn.
He finds it. That's a good find. It's not easy to trade everything when you're faced with a protected pass pawn in the position.
Exactly, and still not out of the woods is Nihal here, although he makes a couple more accurate moves, he might be out of those woods.
Yeah, also for Wesley, kind of. You're wondering how many moves you're in.
Ooh, FG. I don't know about that move.
Whoa.
2 sets of double pawns.
So yeah, knight E4, and then everything's protected. You play king F3, king G4.
I would have gone F5 there. Knight F7, and Nihal has to be very careful not to lose all of his pawns.
Yeah, king D5 is important though.
Boom.
Well.
And knight D3, anchoring the knight to the F pawn. And this should be a draw at this point.
Right. King G4, even knight C5 there is probably good enough. But king D5 was my instinct.
F3, knight takes C5. Both sides have to be very careful.
Oh man, calculating this pawn endgame with just seconds on the clock.
G5. I think Wesley could have gone king takes G5, Haman, rather than giving up that pawn first.
Yeah, I think you're correct. Knight G4, we'll see. No.
Will Wesley repeat? Yes.
I think both sides want to repeat there. There's a lot of risk involved in that position.
They have had enough, and the lead remains at 1. Nihal with the white pieces again, going for the double fianchetto that has served him quite well this match in various versions. And it's a good bullet opening, easy to play, lots of preset moves that tend to be pretty good. Although Wesley putting together a very solid setup here as well.
Yeah.
more than solid. Black is better out of the opening.
Bishop h6 is a great move.
Pinning the knight. Nihal calmly responding with h3, g4. Some shenanigans of his own. Ooh.
c4?
I'm thinking about that too. c4, knight takes d4, c5 maybe?
Oh, he says, okay, let's play. That was, by the way, that was intentional for sure.
He's game, absolutely. Queen coming to h6. What a savvy bullet idea. Wesley might have to step up with that king, stopping the queen from infiltrating.
Yeah. That was a great idea. Bishop c1 coming.
Nihal also preparing c4. Depends on what black is going to do.
c4 I like.
c4
now
on
you
pushing
can
to
go
c5.
c5, bishop, c5, b4, bishop c1, and you're doing everything.
Oh, and rook takes c4. Wesley trying to change the course of the game, get rid of this cancerous bishop.
But takes on d5.
Oh, and at the end, there's a fork on e5.
Right. So he has to play bishop d7, but that can't be right.
Ooh. I think he mouse slipped. No. He definitely mouse slipped. He definitely mouse slipped.
I didn't see the camera, but I just c5 to me doesn't make any sense.
For sure. But still, white has activity on both sides of the board as Wesley quickly brings his queen back. Great defending here as he consolidates his advantage. Nihal trying to create something on that king side.
He's working. He's really
Bishop
trying.
g4. My goodness, both of them are. But this one seems to be going a little bit off the rails.
Now be careful with a move like knight d4. There's like
Right,
so many pieces hanging. f3 was there as well.
In a way, this might be even objectively or practically good for white. King h8.
Oh my god, there's almost like some
King f7.
f6.
Bishop h3 and knight g4.
Uh-oh.
My goodness. Nihal is just so tricky in these positions. e6 might be necessary.
Take f6 though here.
Oh, and look at all these squares.
Yeah, everything's happening.
Knight f3 was not good. f5, Wesley has to lock it up. He's got to lock it up.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he's just leaving all these squares wide open.
You can almost take on e6 as well.
Yep. But how does Nihal capitalize? His own pieces are also hanging.
It's just
Bishop f7. Bishop f7. Then queen g7.
Threatening queen
Goodness.
f8. But...
Oh, you don't have any checks? Are you kidding me? Bishop takes d5. Nihal preserving the tension. Knight takes d4 maybe.
Yeah, knight d4.
Wesley has to take that pawn. What is he thinking about? He's frozen.
And there's no more new threats. He's got to just move. Isn't this the same?
Such a strange move.
Because it's just knight d4, but without taking the
knight
pawn.
f5. Oh, what a vicious trap he set. And Nihal falls into it. He's going to lose the knight. He's going to lose the knight. He's going to lose the pawn.
Yeah, there was knight e2 there.
But is he going to lose the game? Probably, maybe not with that c pawn. Oh, and he blunders the pawn as well.
Blunders the pawn.
But he gets the other one.
He does. That's definitely worth it for Wesley.
h5.
Good resilience
Wesley,
here.
Knight f4. This is so hard to defend, though, with an extra piece. Bishop coming to d5. Thought Nihal could have gone queen g3. Even.
Yeah, me too. Queen g3 now.
Even now, queen g3. Whoa. Ooh.
Living on the edge here.
And both are. Bishop d3. Can you take and go knight e5? Again, relying on that defensive knight. Oh, look at Wesley. I have no checks here.
Oh my god.
Bishop takes e4 and knight e2 interposing with check. And what an incredible win by Wesley.
What a game. And he gets that 2-point lead back in incredible fashion.
But the good news for Nihal, still 8.5 minutes. He has to win this game. We are in must-win territory. He's got the black pieces, and here comes the modern, an opening that is guaranteed to produce winning chances, even if your position ends up being lost.
Yeah, like we see b5, and what is the point of b5, you ask? Hey, isn't that just a pawn? Yes, yes it is. Just open lines, it's bullet chess.
Yeah, but Nihal won a game like this against Rapport toward the end of their match. The problem is that objectively, black is in big trouble. The knight's coming to b3, and if the attack doesn't work out, black is just going to be dead here.
Yeah, I think this is so lost.
This is completely lost.
You need to play it well, but even if you play like a4, bishop b5, just like lock things up. It's so lost.
And Wesley, Wesley's the worst person to have this against because he's not going to give you any unnecessary chance. He's going to move the rook.
But watch out. After bishop g4, you can't even move the knight back to a6.
Nope.
It's dead.
And knight takes a5, cutting the legs off of the attack. This is Resign's territory because, or maybe not yet.
c5 is a great
is
move.
an excellent move.
I still think that knight back to b3, you're just like asking for it. I don't know. I don't know how to even recommend moves here.
I would resign here because 7 minutes remaining. Again, we remind everybody, as long as the game starts with seconds still on the clock, the game counts. With every passing second, it's getting less likely that 3 games are going to be played.
Remember,
but I guess
the knight's
Nihal,
still trapped. You don't have to.
Now the bishop is trapped. Oh my goodness, this is crazy. Both sides of the board, there's minor pieces trapped. The other knight could also be trapped after g3.
Bishop h5, g3. Now that knight's trapped.
G3.
And g4, the bishop's trapped.
And Nihal trying to save one of the pieces. Sparks flying everywhere. Wheels are coming off. Wesley can now take the other knight.
Some of the pieces I think felt left winning. Out. You know, queen takes b4, c4, and game over.
Oh my goodness! Look at that.
Yeah.
Massive compilation of pieces. 6.5 minutes, Aman. One of these games, Nihal needs to win very fast.
Agreed.
He needs to win this within a minute and a half.
So he'll like the thing is Magnus if he draws. Yeah, here we go, another call out.
Here we go.
If he draws this game, Daniel, the issue is like there might not be enough time. But right now, even if it's a long game, as long as he wins the next 2, the last one will be able to start in time.
And he's got a very nice position out of the opening here. He's doing what he needs to do. This is the kind of opening where you can definitely catch black on one of these tricks.
Did Wesley watch the World Championship match? Where was the night before?
I don't think so. Wesley following World Championship matches? Come on.
Where was night before? He played Bishop B7. They ended up in the same game almost. But
right.
They did it in a funny move forward.
But Wesley managed to get a good position out of it. Very, very solid. Very solid. But Nihal sticking his knight on e5. There's all sorts of forks here in the air. Like rook f8, there's knight c6, for example.
Right.
And look at the time situation.
That's
queen e4. Wesley. Ooh, now there's like knight e3 ideas.
Be careful of knight takes f7 in some cases, but
if f5, then queen takes c6 with check.
That's right.
Oh, but now he had f5, I thought. But okay.
Ooh. You're happy to see that though if you're black. Like if you ever trade the queens, it's great.
But queen c2 is such a buzzkill. Nihal has to keep the queens on the board. He's doing what he can here. Queen e4, queen a7, infiltration.
Something, yeah.
4.5 on the clock. Yeah, he's got plenty of time if he wins. Uh-oh, uh-oh.
Queen e8.
Rook takes d8, rook takes d8.
There's a hanging piece.
And then
gonna look for better.
He is, but he's not really gonna find it. He still has to win this now. He could have won a piece instead. Rook e8, uh-oh. Ooh, this is terrifying. But White's going to win this, I think.
Yeah, everything is falling here.
Wesley fighting to the last drop of blood, which is, of course, what he has to do. Rook takes c7. Rook takes c7.
Oh, rook takes c7. I can't
Rook takes c7.
Missed.
Literally, black would have drawn.
Yeah.
Because the bishop on b2 would have hung in the end of the line. Now it's over. Nihal has to win this quickly, though. With every passing second, the likelihood that Wesley is able to stall out increases.
Exactly.
A game can take 4 minutes because of the increment.
Yep, and I mean, look at the time. He's played this game so fast. He's up 40 seconds.
And Nihal having such a hard time winning this.
He's doing a really good job now.
Watching the seconds tick by, Wesley has to bleed as much clock as possible here.
Great tactics.
Bishop takes f6, boom. And Wesley will sit this one out for all of the time remaining. He should gather the clock, and then you should wait here. And this is exactly what he does. This is good technique, good match playing technique for Wesley. And with 3 minutes, on the clock to win one more game and start another one for Nihal.
Exactly. Now, it is possible that this game lasts long enough that Wesley wins the match right now. And he knows that. Both players probably looking at the match clock at the moment. Nihal, Sarin in a must-win situation. There's no way around it.
Hence the pre-moves. Nihal is going to play a lot more, quote-unquote, more recklessly than normal, because he understands that a lot of this is up to his pace of play. If he can play very quickly, then he might deprive Wesley of the opportunity to stall it out. Wesley playing a very solid opening, But Nihal with a good bishop on b7, getting the queen to d6, the rook to d8, minute and 9, and he's got a big time advantage to boot here. Can he win this pivotal game in time?
Right. And it's one thing to have to beat your opponent. It's another thing to have to do so with time pressure.
And to do so against Wesley So. But look at what Nihal is doing. He has a great position. Queen b4, they're coming out of everywhere. Uppercut there to the queen side.
And careful, can't really take on d4 so easily.
And Wesley played a great move, queen c1, so solid.
That was very nice.
1 minute and 55 seconds. Yeah, there is enough time. Knight back to e5, maybe. For Wesley, the easiest thing is just not to lose this game. If he can avoid that,
yeah, just don't.
He avoids the heart attack.
Knight d4.
Knight d4.
I think he's doing a great job and he's getting his trades. This is not easy for Nihal.
Rook takes, yeah. Well, this is still a winnable position, but look at what Wesley's doing. Wesley understands that, he wants a long end game, which he's unlikely to lose.
Exactly.
95.
Knight e5 is good.
Maybe, knight g5. Knight g5.
Maybe
it's a big chance.
D5. Is bishop d5 anything?
Oh, or then knight takes h3 maybe.
Right, yeah, that's a great.
Nihal had rook e8 there, Aman.
That could have gotten very, very frisky.
That could have gotten scary. Look at the clock for Wesley, 23 seconds, 1 minute on the match clock.
Nihal's improved his position so much.
Tremendously.
It's really good, yeah.
But look at what Wesley's doing, forcing queen trade, queen trade, queen trade, taking seconds off the clock. It's still far from over. Black is maybe slightly better at most.
Keep
oh
your
man,
eye
47 seconds.
Nihal's connection looked like it was doing something there, by the way.
Yeah, now Wesley is 20 seconds away from being able to stall this out.
Yeah, Nihal's connection did something there just for about 5-6 seconds.
Could not have been at a worse time. Yeah, no, he's
playing slowly. I think he's done. I think this is lost for him.
And this is also just not
board,
winning.
I mean, the match, yeah.
But also, even on the board, it's not really winnable.
Yep.
And that's it. Wesley can stall it out 18 seconds on the match clock. This shows the power of increment, Aman, because a game 4.5 minutes easy.
Because remember, 46 moves that we're at, that's 1 second per player per move.
Right.
It gets added. It's so much.
60 moves, right? That's 2 minutes. So that's all the difference. Time is up. The match is over. This game is going to be purely cosmetic. And I have to say, Nihal's going to be very disappointed, but let's not forget he was playing during a tournament and he's going to hold his head up high because it does not get any closer than this and a valiant effort on top of it at the very end of the match. But Wesley,
that's right,
it keeps solidifying his reputation as one of the greatest SCC players. And I think we can already say that after so many seasons in history so far. He's just so good at all time controls. The 3+1, we've talked about it. He always wins the 3+1 section. And he makes it
amazing.
So hard to deliver on demand in Bullet.
Yeah, and I think both players probably aware that the match clock has sort of
it's been over for a while.
Still, though, it's nice to see the players fighting because, hey, there's prize money at stake for this very game.
$6,000 to be exact. And not for this one game, but quite a bit for this game. And Nihal might win this. Queen E1.
Yeah.
And would have been easy to just say, whatever, drop, but he insists on fighting to the last drop of blood.
Queen G2. Nice.
The quality of a fighter, and he's going to bring this to within 1 point, as close as it can possibly get. But Wesley So, through resilience, through incredible positional play, through versatility in his openings, and increasing sharpness in his tactics, wins the first semifinal and makes his way to the SCC finals, where he will face the winner of Nakamura against Dingler and Aman. What a match. I know that there's a lot of Wesley fans, a lot of Nihal fans. Everybody can come together and appreciate how entertaining these 3.5 hours just were.
What a fight. I mean, like, plain and simple, that was just really entertaining start to finish. We saw so many different openings. We saw players in their elements in different time controls. You know, one player was better here. We saw momentum. I just thought we were treated today, and it's like really, really close. As you said, it doesn't get any closer than a single game differentiating these two grandmasters.
It was a treat indeed, and it hopefully will be a treat to have the players for a very quick interview. We will not hold them long, but we will go on a short break. Don't go anywhere. We will hear the players' thoughts on the other side of this break. You're watching the Speed Chess Championship semifinals presented by Coinbase. We will be right back with the players. Welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship, and we have the players here for a very quick interview, Wesley So and Nihal Sarin. Wesley, congratulations on winning and on an excellent match. You had a frustrating stretch at the end of the 5-minute portion where you lost the games, and then the first game of the 3-minute where you lost the winning position. Can you share your thoughts about the match overall, and what do you tell yourself in those frustrating moments? Because we were very impressed with your composure throughout the difficult moments.
Yeah, I couldn't really tell. There's so many games. I can't remember which games I've lost and I've won. But I remember I've lost 3 in a row in the 5-minute portion, I think. And first of all, I'd like to also congratulate Nihal for a very good match. Could have gone either way. I think no one could have predicted that the score would be so close. I mean, no matter who wins, no one could have predicted that the difference would be 1 point. Just crazy. I think I'm also helped with the fact that Nihal started at 10 in the evening, and he had a rated game earlier. So who knows what would have happened if things were on a more normal situation for him. But in any case, great match. I think I never really got to full control in the match. I knew Nihal was much higher rated than me in Bullet, so I didn't know what to expect. But turns out things were not so bad in the Bullet. The 5-minute was always my weakest section, technically. So when I got +1, +2, I was quite happy. Although in the end, I was hoping for more. But losing 3 in a row is crazy. But I think Nihal also lost 3 in a row, so it's clear it's very streaky. Blitz is all about the momentum, and it's all about how you feel. And when you start winning games or when you start losing games, it's very easy to snowball. But well, I just kept fighting and trying to make use of Nihal's mistakes when they come. But it's very difficult because he's playing very solid openings, so with Black, and it wasn't easy to win games at some point. But fortunately, also with Black, I was having some slight problems in the opening, but not insurmountable.
Right. That's a pretty good summary. Over to you, Nihal. Also, we were really impressed with how well and how accurate you're able to play with 1 second on the clock. Is that something that even going into the Bullet, you felt like you always had a chance? You were down 1 point going into the Bullet, but you're obviously a very strong Bullet player. Was that something you had in your mind that, in time scrambles, you'd be, you'd have tons of chances to win?
Yeah, first of all, congratulations to Wesley. He survived many shaky moments and just kept full control. I think my best chance was in absolute time scrambles, and I have a lot of practice. So I was hoping that I'd be able to get the better of some absolute scrambles. But I had some hopes in Bullet, but Wesley just played very well, and I managed to bring it close at the end, but it was a bit too short.
Well, Nihal, as Wesley alluded to, you're very gracious for playing this match during and over the board tournament. Could you tell us what tournament you're playing in, and could you share how you're doing in the tournament so far?
Yeah, I'm playing in the Sunway CGS Chess Festival in Barcelona, and it was just the first round today, and I managed to.
Nice.
Yeah, no. Yeah, actually, I'm also following that tournament. I think I followed it last year, but the tournament is very interesting because there are a lot of young and strong up-and-coming players. So and so it's interesting. Like Nihal is there, Hans Niemann, Tabata Bey, and Abdul Satarov, amongst many others. And also Arjun Erigaisi is there. So it's a very strong tournament. And yeah, kudos to Nihal for playing until 1:30 in the morning.
I have some good memories at that tournament. I became a GM there right before all the strong players started competing. So I did it just in time. I also wanted to ask you, Wesley, speaking of memories, you're going to the finals. You have been there before, and usually it's been against Nakamura, which hasn't gone your way historically. So it's not necessarily going to be Naka, but he's certainly the favorite to meet you there. Any expectations?
Yeah, I mean, this match against Nihal showed that this speed chess is a very tough format, but still, I'd like to thank chess.com for hosting this every year. I think Hikaru's beat me like 3 or 4 times, probably at least 4 times on speed chess. But I'm fortunate this year Magnus decided not to play, so otherwise I probably would have lost in the semis. But yeah, it's always always fun to play against Hikaru. He plays every day, so it's hard to beat him. But
I thought you playing some 30-second
he still has to beat Ding Liren. Yeah, he still has to beat Ding Liren. I remember last year we all thought Magnus would be in the final, but he actually lost to Maxim. So Ding Liren actually played a very good match in his match against Levon. I was watching on Twitch, and he played extremely well, just playing very good chess. I thought he'd be rusty, but he's showing no rust at all. And Ding Liren is number 3 in the world, or so. I think, and I expect a very tough match for Hikaru. Of course, he's the favorite. If he, as he calls himself, the Blitz King, but I think nothing's given at this point.
Well, I spied you playing some 30-second the other day, Wesley, so I'll be looking to that as well. But Nihal, we know it's very late for you. Thanks again for coming on to the interview. Best of luck in your game tomorrow. I know we're all rooting for you in the tournament. And Wesley, Nihal, thank you so much once again for an excellent match. Good luck in the finals, Wesley.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. Thanks.
Thank you. Have a good one, guys. Whoa. Another match in the books, Aman. The first semifinal goes to Wesley So. He will be playing the winner, as we can see on the bracket, of some, I don't even know if this match is Hikaru Nakamura, Ding Liren. Again, I always have a problem with the fact that chess.com doesn't seem to find qualified players for this tournament.
Yeah, exactly. Who's this Nakamura guy? He's only won it like the past 3 editions.
Yeah, and that will be coming your way Thursday. Mark your calendars. Thursday, December 16th at 2:30 p.m. Pacific time, 11:30 p.m. Central European time, 5:30 p.m. Eastern time. So mark your calendars, clear your calendars. You will not want to miss this match. And you will also not want to miss the Puzzle Battle World Championship, which is now back. And we've got Ray Robson, MVL, Shakriar Mamidiara, and many others playing for a 25K prize. That is coming your way January 6th through 9th, starting at 9 a.m. Pacific. And finally, also mark your calendar, before the Puzzle Battle World Championship, December is going to be completed by the World Rapid and Blitz, which is now going to be held in Poland from the 26th through the 30th, with GM Yoon Ludwig Hammer and GM Irina Krush bringing you coverage for chess.com. So you won't have to go anywhere. The world champion, Magnus Carlsen, hasn't had enough chess. He will be trying to defend his title right before the turn of the new year. So the chess calendar, even after the World Championship, is stacked, and you won't want to miss anything, starting with Thursday's second semifinal.
Yeah,
Aman,
that's awesome.
What a wild ride this was, and really, really appreciated commentating it with you. I had such a blast.
Yeah, today was pretty crazy. I think people were treated to some great chess from both sides, and a one-game match. Doesn't matter who you're cheering for. You have to just say you've been spoiled. So for a semifinal, I think it definitely delivered. Wesley makes it once again to the finals of the SCC event, and he will be joined by Nakamura or Ding Liren, pending the result of that match. So the SCC is heating up. I'm glad they're still hosting the World Rapid and Blitz. I think that's like one of the most exciting tournaments on the calendar, period. So, hey, December is going to be awesome. People have a lot to look forward to and what's being covered here on chess.com.
Without a doubt. And of course, we would like to thank the chat and so many people on YouTube, on Twitch, cheering on both Wesley and Nihal. What a wholesome atmosphere. Tons of people. This wouldn't be possible. This wouldn't be magical without so many people watching and cheering on your favorite player. And it also wouldn't be possible without our excellent production team working so hard behind the scenes, in particular, Matt, for yet another excellent broadcast. Aman, thank you to you. Thank you to everybody. Have a great evening, and we will see you on Thursday for the second semifinal. This was the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Have a great day. Goodbye.